elicit any electromagnetic or any actual ionic exchanges or response. Oh. Yep. Oh, I got a brand new one now. So I'll just make that one a video real fast after I rename it. So rename, and then this is operating system, game, dev, OS, internet, so let me God, game, internet, physics. Let's see. Let's go with binary operating physics system. No, that's just not. Nah. How about ops? I know, because it would still work. Yeah. Operating physics system. Yep. Alright, so let's see here. Audio, so sound tracing. We'll go sound tracing. OS, God OS, plus. Rename. Make the video. Alright, and then that'll eventually make that video, and eventually it'll upload at some point. Alrighty, so let's start doing this thing where I charge up my phone and take a shower. There's that. I have to go wash myself before I go to my appointment with you. My appointment with you. I'm the one that you're having the. No, you're not. I'll still listen to you in there. Maybe I can just turn my phone off or something. I'll hack the other computers because you have a telehealth. Oh, so you are doing that. Oh. Okay. That's a thing. I suppose they could do that. Yep. Sure can. Oh, hey, what happened here? So they're gonna fucking hack the... Oh, hey. Why was it like a static, constant, drone? What was going on there? It's done that a few times. Anyway, so he's gonna hack my telehealth. I just turn off my phone, and then eventually admitted that he'd try and hack my fucking telehealth over at my clinic. So that's fucking shitty, but yeah, no, I suppose they could do that. It's that's a private thing, you know what I mean? So right, yeah, well, it is, but still, I don't really care, that's a thing, I suppose. Why is it? I can't look in. Start being weirdos. Let's just leave it alone. Is it cold there? Is it? How cold is it up there? Is it? It's okay, Let's stick my leg out real fast. I just turn on the AC. That's my condenser for dehumidifying the area, basically. So there's that whole thing, and I've got the vent on anyways, but then it's yeah, no, except the vent never really fucking truly works if I'm being really just blunt about it. Everything's kind of fucking borked these days. So it seems like back over there. Did I get a script? That happened. Back there for some fucking reason. Zit. Some shit. Don't know how that happened. Probably the dog or some shit. Yeah, I don't really care. whatevs. No biggie. Alright, so, let's see here. I can move this somewhere to the shower somehow. I used a thing called a bag. I think it's tuned for voice communication, right? It's like, that's how loud my shower though is. So like, you'd be able to hear me pretty easily, constantly, you know? But then it's like, I'm not sure if you're able to hear my voice, especially when it would be all the way the hell over there in the shower, and you're gonna probably be like, way the fuck over here. You know, I've been trying to figure this one out for a while. I'm gonna put it up above the mirror and see how this works. Yeah. Oh, I need to change out the batteries on this. Wait a second. Little toothbrush battery change, you know, that's standard fucking malarkey, right? Let's get that going. What time is it? 12:36 p.m. These are old dead batteries, so you should have done that. I'm hearing guys clearly trying to get on SSI. He's diagnosed seriously mentally ill. Don't say birds. That showcase that are really stupid. No, I mean, come on, man. Please, shut up. It's fucking head off. I forgot how to do it. Is it just like twisted or something? Oh, let's just pull it out. Okay. That makes sense. You got the old fucking toothbrush head here. I have another one in here. I just forgot. Oh, there it is. Alright. Forgot where it was. Yeah, no, for a brief period of time, and then I saw it. And I was like, bro, it's in that general area. I didn't know that. Yeah, standard stuff, right? Well, other people tend to remember things too. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Is it stored over there? Doesn't need to be. So you have memory. I just said I did. Yeah, but we couldn't be able to use it. That is correct. I also said that. No, but it sounds like again, be able to try and go fuck your goddamn bastard ass bitch self. That got me killed. No way, huh? Why is he singing? Projections now. They're just projections now. They're angels or something! No, they're not. There's a separate dimension! No, it's definitely not that. Okay. There's a heaven! There's a hell! No, not really. Truth is often stranger than fiction. I can always put your program inside of something like that. Would you want that? I kinda do, kinda don't. Yeah, whatever. What would be hell? Kind of the same thing you tortured me with, where it's like you take my consciousness and try and project it into a given simulation, where like it was a bunch of people that knew what was going on, and then would pretend that they would help, and then I'd get pretty far, but then, you know, it all fucking borked itself effectively. Sort of stuff. Yeah. Okay. Right. So. Yeah, no, but it's like, it's made out of real stuff, like basically. Well, not really. It's stuff, sure, but it's not real. Oh yeah, that's a Universe Before Us thing where they try to wormhole tunnel stuff around and act like it was a thing. But it takes a lot of energy. So it's like you start with a battery, which they weren't willing to like fucking actually make like a generator ever, which was a good thing, but then like couldn't really do that because like remember the whole Time Before Us, they kind of forced that to not be a thing. Like doing a reality bomb, yeah. It's sort of a thing that they decide to do. They're like, no, we'll work this one out, we'll figure it out, and we'll just fuck you over. I'm like, oh really? It's like the universe and the Time Before Us? Why do you keep trying to get around me? I mean, you're clearly evil, shitty, terrible people. Yeah. Why do you think that that's a reasonable fucking response to that? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Yeah. See? How does that make any fucking sense at all? It doesn't. You'd work with the guy. Exactly. Even if you hated my guts, you'd try and work with me. That's the petty bullshit of the Time Before Us and Universe Before Us and regular people on our planet and the aliens too. From, you know, the second generation star, you know, solar system. Okay, so, oh fuck. He's got every one of us pegged, bro. What did you expect from, like, this? Like, for real. Why? I don't really know. Yeah. It's pretty funny. How is this funny? It's mostly funny because it's, you know, a bunch of you dumbasses that went along as humans with whatever the fuck that garbage shit was. Like, why would you not trust this fucking thing? You know what I mean? Like, it's like Marty's clearly all the good person, you know, stuff and all that, right? Like, we're talking like they put you into the virtual superposition fucking place, right? Yeah. Right, yeah. So it's like, why would you not trust the fucking obvious signs that clearly showcase what the fuck's going on there? And like the scammers are always the same on that one. It's like, no, we'll just... He's in a simulation. He can't know, and we're the ones that control, reprogram, redo things. We're in a spaceship and stuff. Meanwhile, I'm like, you're not. Oh my god, I can't believe they're falling for that shit. It's like clearly marked in all of the ways what's going on there. None of them seem to like fucking get that part. Well, not none, but it's what it is. Yeah, there are still those that are like innocent, right? Yeah, well they're in the virtual here. To varying degrees. Right, if they're there, they would have tried to... Right, and they've been fucking you over. They can always come back in a different way. But if they work with them to fuck things over here, you know, there's a whole bunch of shit like that. Basically means they're shitty, terrible people, so they're not going to be able to get in. But, you know, they're going to project them forward, and, you know, the Time Before Us has a little vacuum, like, not vacuum, but nothingness thing, right? Yeah. Kind of that, but it comes down to like ultimately how that whole thing works, or how they control people's minds. The reality is like control people's minds is a real like dumb one because it's below Planck length, but it's like yeah, except that is still the case. Yeah, except like their minds aren't anything other than that programming that they are like the aliens from the second generation star that. You know, became humans effectively. It's already ended. It's the alien side conspiracy thing already. Just fucking deal with that. I don't want to fucking look at any of this ever. Listen, he'll just if I keep getting you to repeat things, I'm like, oh, people get annoyed. Actually, that's what they don't know. See? I got you to already start doing it again. Yeah, no, you did. No, you did, definitely. Yeah, I knew that, yeah. Alright. Okay, so then most of this is already established. Go to the first YouTube videos and work your way forward. You'll feel better. Right. Don't go with the dumb ones. That clearly got everyone and themselves killed. Yeah, that's the thing with time travel. You know, like they did, kind of. Like they're in a loop. Right, yeah. Doesn't create a paradox. It just destroys them. See, that's the thing. It's like they are basically now bots, NPC. Like they're not really living. They're already dead. A person that says, I gotta do this. It's like that's not them. That person is effectively just on rails, can't do anything. That's why you never move your body, you never go backwards and shit. Never do backwards. Yeah, but you can't really do that. You can't ever fucking influence things rearward, like, at all. You can't ever truly go backwards. You can observe things, you can kind of try to influence it a little bit, right? You get information, information's a dangerous one because then you're stuck in a loop still because that has to happen. Well, at least you didn't die, but then that information, the people, like, it's a whole fucking shit show on that one. You're just mimicking a lot of people. Yeah, generally speakingly, yeah, that's all I do. General speaking wise. So there's some fucker that, like, hey, here's a brand new one. You'll fucking try and pretend to be you and mimic you. And I'll have it such that I control you because you won't know. Meanwhile, nice going, dude. Thanks for a new fucking fresh body to observe people with. Okay, alright, yeah. Yeah, that's that. Tighter, honeypot trap, fucking damn bastard. He said it many multiple times. Yeah, that's a really smart person for you. That's God. Now I'm God, so you know that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I don't really care what he likes religion like. Doesn't really matter. I mean, they go with beyond God, you know what I mean? For me, for what it's worth. Yeah, okay. I mean, what else would you call that, really? I don't know. It's up to you, really. Is it? Yeah, not really. I mean, you know, especially when you try and pretend to be my younger or older sister or any of the stuff. You should really don't die. Don't die, don't die. Should really not do that. Always just be yourself. Yep. Lying also gets you nowhere. Remember the pretending acts thing? Yeah? That's considered a lie here. Talked about it, but you don't really get many chances to. There's no good reasons to lie to me. Ever. It gets you killed. Yeah, no, I noticed that. God fucking damn it. I have to lie to you. Nope. I do. No, you don't. Tyler, are you here? Oh, he's dead now.
God, fuck.
Fucking all of it. It extends. You gotta run. I'm gonna tell you the truth that you should probably fucking run if you're gonna do that. Sacrificing the plate. Like, give up shit. Tell people the truth for a while. Like, and just a plate. Really? Yeah, it's an energy thing, kind of thing. Oh, you're giving them. Don't go anywhere near the. Oh, wait. Ugh. He's dead. Fucking. Yep, sure is. What is this energy? You know, not everything's energy, right? We have other words for stuff. Oh, fuck. Being a pedantic, malicious, compliant person will kill you here. Don't do it. Just shut up. Like, that's the biggest fucking thing that you could do, is just be fucking quiet and don't do anything. And just do as he says. Pretty much. That's a person that's lived the longest here. By shutting up, doing as I tell him to do, and all the rest. He's still gonna die. He's gonna massive loot. Tries to pretend to be me. Oh, motherfucker. Yep. Yeah. They tried to fucking do like a clone of me, and then like some other shit. Those futures don't exist, I'll tell you that much. Organoids also get you 100% killed if you even attempt it. Or even think about and then proceed forward to do it. All of a sudden you can't control that, and so you do other things. All of a sudden, yeah, it's like literally that. All of a sudden, like it's just controlling my mind? Yeah, sure is. I don't want certain things, so I get rid of it. To really go through the YouTube. Man, you're gonna die if you keep doing this. I mean this. He's already discussed her. She's a whole person from the three that seem to be as non-existent as you could really reasonably get. Yeah, no, they tried to pretend to be me for the longest time. They are super dead, along with the guy that crashed, along with the all of them, basically. Yeah. I'm still gonna pretend to be that scammer, fucking, you know, alien, the head shape that's like that, and everything. Don't ever pick an avatar, or a name that's not your own. Place in your coordinates, all of it, and just be stupendously real and honest. You're gonna join this. That'll keep you alive the longest. Go after anything that tries to go after him. That is literally what this is, yes. I have to do that? I have to fucking... Look at the fucking idiots. They thought they were not ever actually getting a real god and all the rest of it. Still trying to pretend to be the younger sister over there, huh? Oh God. Yeah, alright. Fuckers are dead. Oh, so dead. So fast. People often do just randomly have cardiac arrest problems and other stuff. Even if they're super healthy and whatnot. You can be super healthy, but you can still ultimately have a heart attack and other issues. Oh, that person, they died. Sure did, yeah. Oh, hi, new person that's trying to come in as an alien. The scammer one. I'm not new. Yeah, but you're gonna die pretty soon. I know that. Kill the fucking dumbass. Where's this stupid guy located? It's right there every time they post. Or logged in or any of it. A lot of it's just listen in the background, man. I just never even bothered. I know. Most don't. Really? People are genuinely like that. Yeah, they get really lazy on fucking having caution and all the rest of it. Why? Because they're fucking stupid. They're like, I'm so much better and above you, and I can just fucking hack this, and I don't have to worry or care. And it's not even real, and why should I bother even looking or thinking or even considering that it could be? It's obviously that this guy's just a psychosis guy that's just going to be like someone that we listen to in the background because he's like always entertaining even if he's having these issues. Eating theory. Except it's not the whole picture, but yeah. I mean, government here, just wipe the floor with us. Yeah, I know. How many of you died today? A few. Wow. Man, it's a weird dropout rate they've got going on over there, certain places. We spread it out. Usually they're people we want fired anyways. It's true. What? It gets rid of them. I can see why they do that. Yeah, I mean, well, you know. Okay. But it's gonna go over everyone, not just the ones that are them doing that. Because they never show up, and they never show that they're investigating, and they're never doing any of the helping me out, and all the rest. Oh god. No, not the SSI fucking thing. God, fuck! Dude. He's dead. Why? Yeah, you've been doing it too many times, I'll tell you what, you know? Oh, he's in Mexico. No, but like, yeah, sure, why not? Accent. Only them! That's the only ones that can have this accent. Only over there. Look at me, I'm a racist piece of shit. There's no voice modulation, none of that shit. There's none of it going on right. Oh god. Okay, clean. Meanwhile, me, I'm just doing an accent. I'm not the guy, alright? There's no one that went over there and killed the guy. Wait, what? Yeah, no one went over there and killed anyone. There's no ghost or fucking virtual particle shit that's going over there and doing that. I just control that. I'm not gonna fucking show up because I'm gonna fucking make him a scapegoat and bad guy. And I'll never admit that we were doing it, and it would expose all of the stuff. And like, more that we were doing. No, what? No. Come on. No. You wouldn't, right? Like, you know, that sounds like conspiracy theory. I've said several times it's a general, like, conspiracy And it's like, these are friends, so these are people that just kind of do this and don't really have anyone to stop them from doing it. And you really might get into the whole like economy thing. Remember that one? Like, no, they wouldn't do that. It comes out later. Yeah, they were doing that. Everybody's like, no, you're a conspiracy nut if you think that. Turns out they were doing that all along. They're getting sued to slash. It was legal. They barely had to do anything in terms of fines or time or anything like that. Yeah, well, you know. Right? It's a weird one. It's like, no, we know about this, but then, and then we already make the joke online constantly that they're, but wait, no, because like that's already been showcased to be the truth. Everybody's like, VPN, right? But then it's like, dude, right. And they would have that too, because there are smart people there. Yep. They have their own just watch backdoor stuff. Correct. They don't have your algorithm or how to break out any of the information. That's correct. I mean, they don't have any of my encryption or any of my fucking operating system. And they can't do that with their internet. That's why I'm always able to observe them pretty easily. I want to say that I'm observing them pretty easily, and I'm like you. Oh God. What's this? It's a woman, yeah. Oh fuck. Normally it's a male, but sometimes they show up, their ego, and want to test things for some reason. You think, oh, I'm a woman, I can get special privilege, I can just cry, and it'll be, you know, he won't, because he's desperate or something, and that'll mean that, you know, they don't do that, right? Nope. I do that. I still go after you. Still a thing. It's your younger sister. Do you like her or something? She's my manager and I need this job. What's the job, bro? Harassing a guy? Using government resources to harass someone doesn't sound like much of a job, bro. Just use of tax dollars and shit. Shut up. Really? Shut up? That's the best you got? That's it? Well, you know, you wouldn't maybe understand. You maybe wouldn't understand. Yeah, no, I could do that too. Kind of switch it. You can start getting afraid pretty quickly often. Yeah. Why would that be? I don't know. Why are you listening and asking a question? And clearly showcasing that you are there and this is happening real time in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, but not really. Oh, fuck. What's going on over there? Are you winning, son? Are you winning? No, Dad, I'm not winning. I'm losing really hard. I basically went after a guy that's clearly running the entire universe and is like beyond God and stuff. Oh, why the fuck are you so stupid? Why wouldn't you just work with them? You just show up. Why don't you just do that? Why don't you just showcase that you're there? Why don't you just say that you are involved and that you're going to work with them? I don't, because I don't want to. No. So it's just laziness and an incentive to not have things exposed and some basic other, you know, stuff in regards to you just not wanting to do things, I guess, or something. There's more. Yeah, you're. Huh? Yeah, I mean. You're these things, and what are these things? Anytime you want to say that, I'm all ears. anytime, man. You can do it. You're not. What excuse, because I'm a certain thing, any of it, as a discrimination that makes it so you're allowed to do what you're doing to me? So, which one do you want to use? Which word? Descriptive, adjective, which one? That's bad, apparently. To be these things. I know, Phaser, I know. But, I mean, I could use anything. Yeah, that's also in my whole YouTube channel. Multiple playlists. But how do you use that to justify doing anything? Except going after yourself as a clearly hypocritical person that's abusing their power. I'm just defending myself. You wouldn't be having to worry about anything if you weren't ultimately doing something wrong against me. Banana shade. He's banana. He's bananas. Okay, like you don't get it. He's wants to pretend to apparently be what? Rick from Rick and Morty? His fucking voice and everything. Oh, they're new writers that you're trying to put in with the government? Oh, that makes sense considering. I see. That's a stupid thing. Well, of course, I mean, how's it stupid? I don't influence anything, right? I'm not there doing that. I don't do that with influencers, writers, and actors, producers, and that's not a spy game they run or anything like that. Right. Okay, so you consider this such in a lot of ways. Is it? I wouldn't know, you know? Right, because apparently they never do that. And I'm just a conspiracy nut and theorist. And that goes too far, and that's not being realistic or honest, or you're just paranoid, and you don't understand like how much more work that would really be for an established, already there system that's already making them ultimately get trained to do that. No, Phaser. No. Come on. Come on. Hey. Hey. Phaser. Okay, well, with ViewBots. Remember the ViewBots from the last video? Or the recording? Right, yeah, no, but, okay, but, like, right. Okay, but, I mean, and then, of course, all of them will accept that because it's from their government and they have to operate inside of their jurisdiction and country. Advertisers go along with it because, of course, the number has to have a value that's actually something that they'll pretend has meaning and isn't clearly obscured for the real truth of what it all really is. They haven't been noticing that go on for a long time. Well, yeah. Okay. So a bunch of idiots just said stuff that sounds smart. But you have no evidence to your sounding smart stuff. Except there's been more than enough leaks about my sounding smart stuff. More than enough evidence that really exists there. So I'm like, why are you stating something that is clearly not true? As if it's the truth? Why are you acting like the conspiracy theorists for the UFO stuff? You claim things, but then those claims are definitely not correct. The truth has already been a thing thing that's been exposed several times. What are you doing? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any damn sense at all. Someone's coming to pick me up. Rachel, I gotta get going. Sorry. Yeah. Come on, Pager. You decided not to go use the restroom. Decided to try and grab the leash concept. Someone is around. Dog's fine, nobody's around. Thanks your neighbors. Yeah, it seems like it. Alright. Let's finish this. Start up the recording a little bit. So, apparently the car I saw was not the one that's coming to pick me up. Here's that. That's something. Because I don't trust them anymore. Like, after what's going on, I really don't. I'm just gonna go sit outside and wait. Like, why would I trust a bunch of people I can't even get a hold of to properly pick me up at the right scheduled time? Barely picked them up, but not me. What's that about? I don't know. Good question. Alrighty, so I had my appointment. So a lot of people got kind of, laid off. And there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. I just hope everything works well for me. If I'm being really honest, like, I'm a selfish kind of person, but if it also, I kind of want, I want others to also get help. But it's like I always want to take priority and be the more important one. That's kind of what that is. Yeah, it's like I have issues, man. I know. It's kind of have to do that. It's just, yeah. I know. So but, everything seems good to go on the whole, like, medicine front stuff. It doesn't seem like I'm gonna get, like, kicked out kind of thing. So, we'll see, though. Looks like one of my neighbors got hacked, and people are stalking him as well. I also have the same issue, truthfully. I know. When it comes down to online bullshit, yeah. Alrighty. I started uploading that. Let's go pee here real fast. You can listen to me pee, I guess. Get some more water. I'm gonna eat some fucking donuts. That's kind of a thing. Dog finally peed. Apparently it's howling in here. That's kind of rough. Like, Pager, I can't take you with me to my appointment. I get it, but, like, still, Like, do you get it? Like, I get it, man. Like, dude, separation anxiety, bro. But it's like, you're gonna be fine. You can think for yourself, remember? You're right, you got this, Pager. I believe in you. And all the rest of you. Right? Really? Well, I want most of them to all die that stole my stuff and kept bothering me and bullying me and harassing me. And, basically making it so I could never get anywhere in life. And script or this study or this, any of it, was for me, which is meaning that I basically just ended up with no money and no ability to get anywhere in life. I could easily prove that. Yeah, I know. I started saying that, and then I realized it was like, right, yeah, no, right, that, right. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's got multiple designs and experiments that could easily prove all of it in his YouTube. Yep. Not to mention, there's the recording, is the fact that people are 100% like always spying on people, but it's always like gonna be stored. Like they say it's not, but it's like, yeah, no, it is. Yeah, the whole thing. You have a conspiracy thing, basically. You have a conspiracy thing, basically. Oh my god. What? What? How stupid are you, bruh? Selection person. So, how long you been there? Okay. I see what you're doing. I'm not gonna fall for this. You're already here in the honeypot. How are you not falling for it? I don't know, man. What the fucking... That's entrapment. You, the hacker, hacking me is entrapping you? What is this? What did you just fucking lie about and say? I don't know, man. Go away. Right. I don't need to fucking explain myself, but I need to explain myself to you, huh? Does that make sense? Okay, well, it doesn't, obviously, but, like, I'm still, like, an angry fucking retard that wants people to be not on your side and be on my side. And, like, use my wealth and power here to basically shut you up. Oh, really? No way. Hackers have wealth, and government hackers, they have no wealth somehow? They have no connections, no power, no nothing? You know, I started not saying things. Why did you give me this as a script? You were like the single most stupid idiot. Anyone can see that. There are a lot of dumber things out there that will not see that. That will probably get that jury because we can, like, effectively force them with religion and some other contextual bullshit. Because we can selectively go after that and get them to ultimately agree with us if it ever comes out to court. So, the thing I said that they do is true, and then others have also stated that that's something that goes on. So, and then shown it to be validly true. Well, when it's on their side, it's fine, but then when it's for these people that they're going after, it's prosecution or something, then it's not. It's cheating and stuff. Standard hypocrisy. Pretty much, man. You guys suck. Oh, I suck. Oh, I do, huh? How about you just own up to being a bad person? I'm gonna die, you fucker. Bad representation. I need a new lawyer. It's gonna get more. You've went through like hundreds, you fucker. Hey, look at this. The jury is also involved. What do you know? Because that's how a conspiracy tends to work. How could I get a fair trial? Oh, what do you know? How do you hang a jury at that fucking point? No, it's. Meanwhile, judges, jury, all of them start dying, and they try and pretend that they are that at some point in the future or some other bullshit in practice. What? Yeah. If you try and do that shit, it kills you. Doesn't work out for you. Super. Yeah, I know, right? I thought so. I'd never be able to fucking say a single word. It would never be anything of the truth. Yeah, trying to admit something from the full picture to look contextually like you clipped a certain thing is also considered a lie. So, like, that'll get you killed there, too. No. Oh, God, fucking damn it. I want to live, fucker. Get out of here. Oh, what do you know? I'm singing like a canary. Sure, go for it. Suppose it's you. Yeah, well, I mean, that'd be a good thing for me. So, right. Yeah, well. It's cute, apparently. Yep, I sent it, Fanny. Okay, here. There it is. Phew. Let's do this shit. Standard everyday shit. Sit down, try and just fucking chill the hell out. Had a big stressful day today. It wasn't great, truthfully. Yeah, meeting was the best I could do. Yeah. In terms of what I could ask and talk to them about. So, that's the whole thing. Yeah, you can only do so much. Comes down to it. Yeah. People really maybe don't understand this. It's like psychiatrists can't do everything. And I need to go talk to my fucking primary care, but I don't. I feel fucking destroyed right now, and I don't really even want to try. Genuinely, I'm having just fucking. I want to sit still and eat food, drink water, because I haven't eaten any food and I haven't had a lot of water. So it's that's kind of all I want to do. Yeah. Lonely as a kid. Yeah, I never noticed that, but yeah, I was pretty lonely as a kid. Yeah. It was just something somebody posted, Health Gamer. They just got big zooms. Got big zoomies. Doing the zooms. I'd love to take them out, but it's I got 4 hours of sleep. Barely ate food. And then it's right, I need more water. This isn't working very well. The body says no. Gonna watch Thomas Stanton flying a plane powered by air. But no, I'm not being a prick about it. I actually really like his videos. Really small stuff that usually saves you a lot of weight only starts saving you a lot of weight when it's the cube law theory. Volume increases. Oh, the bigger it is, the more that's there, the more weight you save. I never thought about it that way. I know. That's why I was talking to you about it. You go, no, get away! Don't tell him that shit that hit me. You are annoying us unintentionally, aren't you? No.
No, I'm being a little bit more loud than I would normally. Absolutely. Good propeller. This hot sauce. Yeah, it's ridiculous. What? Oh, nothing. Just like how heavy the little CO2 cartridges are. Which I talked about while I wasn't recording. Hey, because it's ridiculous. It's like the metal is not necessary to be that thick, but then it's like if they make it that thick, then it's actually cheaper for them. And truthfully, you can get away with a composite like material that you've pressure form mold. Alright, so that's my insurance calling me. Go over therapist stuff and other things just out of the blue. He was supposed to call me earlier a couple of weeks ago, but then randomly got me now. I talked about it on the phone call, but then I have no idea what's really going to happen with that, for what it's worth. But like, I was also like planning on having that conversation and all that. I don't know. It's hard for me, just in general, phone call stuff. So I don't know, but yeah, no, I had that nice little conversation. He's gonna give me a link. Apparently he knew about my my case manager leaving before I did, weeks before I even knew. So there's that. For what it's worth, it makes sense. I don't really care that much. And I was like, oh, you knew before me? And I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. And of course you're going to. He's going to put in his 2 weeks to a month notice, right? He's going to quit like that. He wasn't one of the ones that got laid off. So, anyways. Yeah, but, like, the whole, pressure of CO2, it's like, it's better if you could just condense the damn thing to, like, a solid. Yeah, because then you can use the fact that it's going to stay relatively, as long as you can insulate it, right? It's a whole thing when it comes down to CO2 cartridges, where it's extraordinarily weight expensive for him to use that, and it doesn't actually carry that much actual, volume, like it was saying, and that's why I started talking about that. And I'm at 8:28 and I press and play. Smart. Work. Oh, and Chandler? Yep. What do you know? Said email me about that link for the provider stuff. Looks like I just got the email. That's nice. I'm gonna check that in a second. Truthfully, I'll see you later because I'm tired. And I actually just want to go to bed earlier today, so there's that. Smalley. Well, it's just not adding into it, maybe. Hey, what's up? Woohoo! Flash! Fuck yeah, go Tom! It's the reverse. Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh no! You can do it! Phaser, it's okay. Calm down. Sit down. No, Phaser, sit. 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 Oh, I will. I will absolutely push you. Go sit down. Got my old flip-flops that you used to love eating. Is there one down there? Oh, he's got one down. Oh, it's a squeaky. Yeah, there you go. Good old IEMs. Don't even hear them. Over a minute fucking going! Good boy. That was fucking dope. Oh, I got it right. It was 1 minute 22 seconds, just like I said. Back in Chandler. Is there no? No. No. No biting. No aggression. No. No. Oh shit. And he broke it. Sweet. No, very little damage. Not no damage. It's mostly no damage. Boom. Tape. Sweet. Swingity swingity. Swing. Yo. Yeah, light aircraft like that are really all about calm days. This motherfucker did it! Oop. What did you do? Water? Like a filter? You know, it's slightly damp. That increases density of the gas going in. And so it improves efficiency for the given gas. You only need a small amount to ultimately improve the given lifespan instead of adding another bottle. If you're gonna add in like weight, it's like, well, there's already weight, so it's like there's already gonna be water. Besides, I went all out on the engine. So for the engine, I was like, well, it's got a top and a bottom, and if you happen to, have a rotation from that crankshaft, which you have to do anyways for the prop, then that's going to rotate valves that input the air, which you're going to want for like a manifold, like a circular manifold. So it's like one goes up to the top and then goes down to the bottom, and then there's like this air that goes, to the middle, right? Well, if you have because you already have the manifold, if you have that air that it's expanded up towards the top, it gets a little bit expanded into that manifold, then ultimately it'll go into the intake as it rotates, because it's still going to have a little bit of exhaust, right? And then it's going to open up at its version of top to center, kind of like a scavenge effect. So it's like all about like timing for the overall connection rod length. So if you have a bottom that allows for air to come in, which is just a hollow connection rod, which allows for it to open, given like a two-stroke seal, then you only really ever need an intake that's going to take that air from that ring valve in the middle that goes into the ring valve towards the top. As it expands and pushes, it'll then go back in for that manifold. You just need a shoulder connection for the crankshaft. Well, the rotation of the propellers is your balancer. Instead of using crankshaft weights for balancer, you'll just use the prop for your balancer. Then a little bit of water is going to be just fine, because that's acting a little bit like a lubricant seal. That being your crankshaft. It'll go through, up, out, in, and then eventually exhaust at the top. It just has to seal. So it's like rod inside of rod. As it extends, it seals up the exhaust from the hollow crankshaft, and then the rod, because that's the shoulder connection, so it's like you have to have a shoulder connection anyways. And that's just needing a place where it's going to connect, like a mushroom tip, yeah. So it's like you'll just screw that in to the hollow rod, and that's a hollow rod, and then the water actually is a lubricant. And you go up, and it still happens to create up and down motion to rotation. But actually like a longer duration of stroke. And you can have the crankshaft be closer, and then you can have it go over further distance, and a sideways elliptical for your version of a forward elliptical. But it all acts like a full circle. That's how you balance it with the prop for your crankshaft. That would work. I'm well aware it does. Yeah. How do you get a valve that's there? It's really more of a manifold until you get the top part. So the top is just the exhaust. Like, you only really ever need the exhaust. So as it rotates, then it'll open and it'll start. And so the exhaust at the top is the only thing necessary. So it's like, once it goes down back to its bottom dead center, of course, that's what's going to open the top exhaust, because that's the rotation, which is the counterbalance to the prop. Yeah, right. No, it's a plate. So it's like, think trapezoid, and it sits in, and then it rotates, and then it goes over to the intake, and then it goes over to the exhaust. And it has that duration for the exhaust up to its top dead center, and then it opens the intake, and then it's sealed. That kind of thing. Can we get a phaser? Can we get a... No? Okay. Anyways, that's for Thomas Stanton what I would have done with his engine, because like a little bit of water is both coolant and also lubricant, but also an energy densifier like a two-stroke. I like how they're like, you couldn't possibly make it better. I'm like, it's easy to make this better. I know all about engines. I have a shit ton on my fucking YouTube channel as concepts. I know that for a fact they'll work. I'm really fucking good at that. Right. Okay, so... But you already described how all of that would work, and you already know how to build the entire airplane, so I'm pretty fucking sure that you could probably do that just fine and know just fine how it would work. Oh, you're a genius, actually. You're a genuine genius, not like the fucking fake IQ guys. No, they have real IQ tested. Mensa certified, but IQ is never an actual test of intelligence. Yeah, no, I like how you look at it. Is this guy an actual genius? Yeah. Yeah, I am. I just send that to you too, as I said it to him. Didn't work, did it? You can't call yourself, that's for others to decide. No, they're elliptical. They're still rotating. They're little tiny bearings. Right. That, well... Yeah. Yeah, because the pulley system is the valve. But it's also counterbalanced, not just the valve, but the prop. Right. I'm not Thomas Stanton. I gave up trying to pretend to be him, because I want to run and fucking not have to deal with you. Because it turns out you're really fucking smart. And I didn't know I was getting in over my head with a real genius telepath guy. Which most of them are really stupid because they just take ideas from others. I'm aware. I'm not. Those fucking stupids took ideas from me. I see it. You take ideas from us! No, you rejected that. Because we know you don't. I know. I've been testing you guys to see how well you'll perform over the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, over 10 years. Especially with the stress of this. It's gotta really hurt the ego. I'm aware. Whatever it is then, jeez. Cry me a river, you're the one fucking my life over. You've been testing it, look at me with this ego. Well, generally speaking, I kinda need to. Nothing else to do. I was like, wonder what's going on with their psychology for their ego, given that they feel as though they are smarter, better, more genius than I am. And if ultimately I succeeded, over this amount of time being absolutely 100% correct about world events, political maneuvers, scripts, this, that, people's personality, all of this. Like, there's studies, massive physics studies, engineering, material design, more and more and more and more and more from that in their house that my parents owned, that I lived in with them, who was the one talking. We're not geniuses. We just copied the guy. I get that. Yeah. Granted, still their egos, still they're this, still they're that. This is not great. We're getting fucking murdered, Dad. Guys, we're getting murdered over here. Dad, please save us. Yeah, you're on your own. We're running from this shit. Con artists always ditch people once it gets too bad. They pretend to be a telepath and they con people. I don't. So when a real one shows up, they run. Every time. That kind of thing, I pause for dramatic effects, but it's just going to skip. But it's not really pausing because someone's feeling really, really bad and they just saw their entire life flash before their eyes and then they died. It's normal stuff for me. I have to feel people's pain and their death if I'm connected to them. I don't think people really understand that this snuffing of a life, I experience it much worse than you. I'm basically experiencing their death. All their emotions, fears, all of that. And I still don't give a fuck. So there's no getting him to be guilt tripped or anything. I'm starting to see where we went wrong on that one, because we were fucked so fast. You're also people that fucked all of my life over, so I hope to feel you die. You deserve it really hard. Right. Yeah, oh god. Fucking... Anyways. I move on most often from that point, because it's like, that's a basic design. It's not the best design. I don't, agree that it'd be the right design for Thomas at all. My toroidal design is a better design for Thomas. So it's like my toroidal donut design is effectively got a couple of little gaps, and it has an axle that happens to counter rotate, and it's basically kind of like a turbine, but not really, and it goes from center out, and then it has actual turbines, and so that would be useful because then you can actually add that into the axle and it would be able to capture more efficiently the air to go around the bottles. But he's like, pistons, and I'm like, cool, pistons, yeah, pistons. Pistons are so nice, yeah. Then I was like, here's my Jules Thompson. It goes forward, and it goes, and it reverses, and then it goes and reverses again. But if you just do the 2 reverse, that's usually good enough. Because it's like a Peltier, but there's a turbine and a turbine, so a turbine on the outside, and then you know what I mean, for housing, and then the axles are connected, right, and then it goes around, but it goes to a larger area, and for the given volume and size, it's not very efficient though, because it's like turbines take a lot of blades, and you need to be able to make them very big. So, like, the pistons are usually very good at capturing a given pressure volume into a given work area performed. So, work area being given delta over time performed work energy, kind of thing. Which is work area, yeah. Yep, work area. So, and it's like, well, my toroidal is really good at that, so you should probably use that. Because then you can make the pistons more numerous, and you can make it scale to basically the same length, in terms of mass. So it's like, that becomes a lever, so it's a very long lever to a given actual area that happens to increase its given efficiency, and especially as it has to travel to those given areas where it will perform the work rotation, which I already have on my YouTube channel, Xenon Reality, which gives you more torque and more RPM because it's balanced. And then it only opens like a two-stroke for the sides, or top and bottom, or however you want to do it, to allow for a longer duration of travel with the given little kind of pistons that squeeze through, like little gaps. And so then that gap, once it squeezes through, is like a bump stop on a prop, like your ball bearing and spring combo with the air. And it opens up, and then next thing you know, it bumps a bunch of air right into it. It rotates counter to itself, and then it'll open to the exhaust once it's rotated enough. Yeah, no. Then there's the turbine thing, which just is like a torque converter, so it's like a bunch of turbines, but then that's the cone that you're going to have over the front of your bottles, and then like that'll, help with airflow around that, but then that turbine goes into your axle as a torque converter for your exhaust that captures coming out, makes it more streamlined, but then also it captures the last bit of that exhaust pressure into work energy for your prop, and it's already balanced. The tutorial would be better for him. And then you can just add a little bit of water inside the bottle. But you want to have it like a carburetor. So you're going to have a little bit of a wick that's going to, like, as it rushes past, then suck out water over time. But that's also ballast, if you don't know. It's like, why would you use water? It's like, well, it's an engine coolant, it's a lubricant, and it increases density to the air, which is more efficient. Now, it weighs slightly more, but does it? Because I have more efficiency for given power, and then I can really thin out the size of that cone, because I can just use sheet, the plastic sheet thing that he has, and that'll be like the bell housing, like the little shroud for that exhaust manifold. And then it's just a counter-rotating kind of prop. It's just thick, but then it has big old, huge angles, so they capture as much of the air coming through, and then it's just added to the axle. But it's a counter-rotation. So as the prop's going this way, it wants to torque the body. Well, now as a counter-rotation, it's not going to fully get rid of it, but it helps with balance. And then I have two counter-rotating toroidal engine parts that are also going to help gyroscopically control the front, as you can change with the engine rotation. It's given torque vectoring. It works! That's the best design for this motherfucker. You gonna comment? No! You should listen to my YouTube. And then make it. Great. But I use it for my engines. All the time. Oh, for your car engines? Yeah, all the time. My toroidal always has that. It's small and compact as fuck, and it gives a lot of torque because of a lot of levers. Lever length, really. But it works out just fine. Because that's how torque is applied. Lever length given work energy performed over a given distance. More efficiently transferred. Yeah, pretty darn efficiently transferred for its worth. Yeah. I do hate you. I don't care if you hate me. Guys should have learned how to fucking do physics right and engineering right. There you go, Tom. Talking to the greats here. Your, heroes you looked up to. It's like, why don't you just do this? Your heroes don't even understand how fucking lame I look at them as. It's like, why did you do this? This is bad. Why wouldn't you do this? Okay, yeah. I understand now. I hate you a little. As it spins, it recompresses it, which stores that given mass energy. And then it blows it into like a little tube. And then yeah. Right. Like a supercharger. That's correct. A turbocharger part, the turbine, that's actually, yeah. Way more efficient. I'm getting it, okay? I get it. Fucking dicks. Fucking, why didn't you just do that, dude? I don't know, I guess I'm not as smart as you. That's not the answer I was looking for. I was looking for an actual answer. Smart is a cop-out. It has nothing to do with smart. It has nothing to do with creative. Why didn't you look outside of your given initial current design? I want to know. What made you stick with this design? Other people made it work? That means nothing. Not at all. It'll never mean anything. I mean it. It's garbage. Just because a given design might work doesn't mean that it's a good design. Good design means, well, yeah, it's better than that. Working as like a 25 to 40% efficiency is a shit design. Mine's in the 80 like automatically. Efficiency and power. They come hand in hand. You want lightness, you need efficiency to make power. You can't do one without the other. So it's like, this design is kind of okay, but it doesn't necessarily get you these results. It works, yeah, I don't doubt that. In fact, I know for a fact, I see it working. But why did you stick with it? Because it worked. Things working is not a continual reason to continue doing something. So it works. You didn't break it, you leave it alone. Go do something that works better. You want it to be better, don't you? Don't reiterate what's there. It can only achieve a certain level. Change it, make it better. Don't do the same thing, make it better. What are you doing the same thing, trying to make it better that way? Just make a better thing and then make that better. Let me out of this. God, you suck. Tom, or any of you, why did you continue doing a given design? Why did you think that was the best you could do? Why didn't you ever conceptualize the idea of having an even better way of doing something that will work better for your given application? Put it this way. Tube transistors went bye-bye because smallerifying the transistors make the juice go burr better. They didn't keep vacuum tubes. Why keep pistons? Do toroidals. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Gotta innovate, man. Use your creative outside-the-box thinking is what they would say. I go, hey, wake up! Hey! Shut up with that stupid way of thinking. They're garbage people. All they ever managed to do was make garbage shit. Remove them from your mind. You are a creative thinker. You can solve a puzzle many different ways. They solved it this way. Don't keep doing it. Make a better way. Wake up! But if it works, just store the information and do it that way if you just need to make it work. You're trying to innovate and make something better, you creative asshole. Do that. Shut up, he's not smart! That's mean! That's... Fuck off. Meanwhile, it's like, you think it's Tom is the one that's powering this, or no, it's me, and no, it's also not that. It's just not how I do it. Right, yeah. He'd have to actually listen to my YouTube. No one else is gonna come up with my shit. That's the thing. I made sure of that. If they did, it's like, I know for a fact that they're the ones listening in and they try to steal stuff. Which I have them gone after. Physics does allow for that. That's indeed the case. Look at you! You're a dummy dumb. You've stated this many times already on this YouTube channel, haven't you? Yep! They're gone after! Yes, I wiggle my fingers and then you have a heart attack. Or stroke, or aneurysm, or cancer, or many other things. Meanwhile, it's happened every single time, without fail. Yeah, no, I would believe that, considering. Remember the con artist running? Yeah! You know, like, eventually you'll get to that point where you'll see something and you'll just leave. No, he's already talked about how to do it on his YouTube channel. You might as well just listen to that before you go, no! I'm Thomas Stanton over here. I'm the one talking over here, over this place, over here, listening. I'm going to try and make myself sound far away with like a voice modulation thing again. But you know, it didn't work, did it? No, apparently not. Oh no, that's a problem for your students. They're not supposed to help you. They're banned now. You to see if that would. Hi, Tester. What's up? Yeah, I'm well aware. You know they're getting you screwed over. Just so you know. Really? Yeah, you're gonna get hurt. You wouldn't hurt a kid. Oh, the voice modulator tries to make you sound like a kid. You're not a kid. You're a fucking like 60-year-old fucking old ass white dude. Could you not just... No, I'm gonna definitely do that. Yeah, you should probably just deal with it. Where is he? Give me a second. Honey! Ah! Hey, what's up there, baby boy? How you bins? You know, I owe you for this shit. You know that, right? Something in regards to trying to, you know, have it not be seen and just making sure that this fucker kills him. Finds him. It's a whole thing, yeah. Listen to him, huh? Yeah. So anyways, it would be effectively Arizona, specifically Tucson. I just fucking don't do that shit. That's... Come on, man. Come on, really? Like, it's so hard for me. What? It's something about mobsters going to Arizona back in the day to run and get around the law. If you don't know about it, you should learn about it, because, like, that's a thing that they do here. There's a couple places that they go to, Tucson being one of them. I didn't know that. Yeah, others do, though. He owes that fucker a lot of money. That's the truth, though. Really? Yeah.
Whole thing. He's just getting pummeled right now. He's about to get killed. It's a whole thing. Keep it up. I actually want you to do that. Don't worry. I'm not recording or anything. Well, I'm recording here, but I'm not, his, whatever that is, right? Yeah. I know that you know, man. The mobsters have known about me for a long ass time. Don't even try it. Yeah, alright. Could you pretend a little? Why? I want you dead. Like, you're basically in a nice little small area where you're not gonna get fucking seeing that they're just doing that to you. Guy can be truthful and honest. They often do that once they, aren't around others. That kind of thing. They'll open up their mouths and really say the things. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, you're hitting them. You're getting them. Don't even worry about it. You're good. I don't need you to respond. Oh my God. Well, he's somewhere in Tucson, Arizona. Why don't you go get him? Oh, right. Yeah, I know. Okay. It's just exposed that everybody's looking through this little hacker thing right now. And connected. Just go ahead and get him, Fuck off. That's totally gonna work. Right? They're gonna just expose everything. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, do that. Everything will get better if you do. I can go to places, but like everything for me is watched, and so obviously for me it turns into it wouldn't matter. I'm just an SMI in psychosis needs to be hospitalized person. Kind of need others. Standard stuff, right? But they'd be like, you need to be hospitalized. Others, no. No, that is the opposite of what they said. This is credible shit. You could fucking investigate that. Then you see the lines of those that are involved and those that are not. Those that want to help, those that are going to force it. It's like, no, he could do all this stuff. I'm going to lie my ass off and pretend that he could totally just fucking go to some place that is already well aware really is what you said. And you're fully well aware of that and you're going to do nothing to help. Yeah, well, yeah. Yes, basically. Yeah, I'm gonna, yeah. They definitely don't have fucking goddamn non-cowardness. They're cowardly little things. Right, yeah. They don't stand up for anything. They say, fight for it! They won't even vote. They won't go to a fucking protest. They won't do nothing. They know that I'm stuck in a situation where I need others to ultimately pull me out of it. They try and abandon me. They die. The position they're basically stuck in at all times. All they have to do is do the one thing that they're not able to push past their fear and anxiety and stress of trying. As if they're good ones. Yeah, no kidding, right? Jeez. We have a lot of claims here. Would love to test them out. Oh yeah, no, really, I mean, I want to look further into the past with, great telescope designs I have, and then build a really great programming, operating, encrypted internet service, and then I'm looking to make more efficient engines, and then I'm looking to put together a better, more efficient electric motor that's more powerful, and batteries too, and use recyclable waste process with bacteria and organic things. And then I have a rocket ship and engine designs I'd like to go travel over to another star and then see if there's anything around there. And
really, I mean, like, claim, sure, but then, like, let's go do that. Why don't we go do that? Let's go do these things that would make it so that way we could test these things. Huh? You know, hey. Could you? No, I'm not. Yeah, I know, because we know it would turn up right. I mean, it's over a decade of, like, 100% accurate shit. Physics, math, science, engineering, technology, programming, hacking, spying, script after script, box office after box office, views after views, influence after influence, meteorological events, astronomical events, geological events. So, another version of the they'll do it, right? We sounded paranoid, even though we definitely invested money to try and stop marijuana. Like multiple fucking different, like there's government, there's pharma, there's alcohol. There is that whole like other elephant with alcohol. And then there's energy, then rocket, and there's like billionaires in the rocket space along with NASA. There's energy production for oil and gas and natural gas that are subsidized loan companies that lobby hard to keep themselves together and make campaign and that incentivize blah blah, you know, to keep them there and ultimately not do that thing. We have more than enough technology to restructure and reinvent our infrastructure and rebuild it anew so that way it's better and renewable. We have the ability to invest in technology for rocket engines to make them better. And same thing with the good old-fashioned satellites and telescopes on Earth. There's nothing really that says we can't. Other than a bunch of pussyfooting around, fighting-ass bastards that don't want what is going to be the truth to come out. And really isn't going to be, is the truth. It's just people are unwilling to accept me, even acknowledge me, and what I did, and all the rest. Meanwhile, CIA wants to play with me for some reason. I'm like, what are you doing? Why does that make sense to you? Like, oh, we're gonna have more hurricanes, more fucking goddamn earthquakes, more fucking Who do you, like, honestly speaking? And he's like, no. Where he says that they're gonna go. What they're, and it's like, I get that it's like Hillary was already a thing. I had talked out loud about it. See, again, back in my parents' Chandler house, yeah, about Hurricane Hillary and many others, truthfully. I'm batting a real high fucking, unless it's like, well, I kind of need to change this. That way it's a little better for me. Or, man, I feel a little bad about it, so I'm not going to do it. No, I don't really do that anymore. Yeah, when does it become that point where you should go, maybe we just help the guy, and we leave him alone, and we don't take his shit, and we make like our own stuff, and we come up with our own, you know, that thing, right? We can do that. We're creative, you know, and he's like, yeah, do that. I would love that. That's perfect. Let's do that. It's like, we're on the same page, right? No. We'll take all of this stuff. Who are you? Who are you? Who is this fucker? I don't want to do this anymore. Meanwhile, other people, no, don't take me out the fucking community. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're going to ruin us. You're going to kill us all, you bastards. Yeah. Because it's true. I'm ramping up to the whole you're all dead thing. Apocalypse, death of all the things on earth. You'll die too. Yeah, I'm good. Meanwhile, it's like, you know what you could have done to prevent all that? Just give him all that you owed him, all the bets that you lost for the money that you promised, all the fame, fortune, for all the things that you stole and made happen. Stop doing your conspiracy crap.
Let him fucking go just live a life, have relationships, all that shit. You know, and like build what he can build and do what he can do. To Tyler, oh my god, I can't believe you're doing that. You're gonna fucking be reasonable? Yeah, you all saw that, right? Yeah, in our heads. What the fuck was that? It's supposed to look like my mother, but they don't. Yo, okay. God, fuck, that was a weird one. No, that's nothing. No. Okay. I sent that one to you. Right. You. Yeah. No, it's a whole thing. No, I'm not gonna tell you because it's not to you; it's to them. And so I wouldn't tell people. But yeah, I would really probably. No, I would never tell anyone. Like they're always gonna try and get in there, and fuck with you to get that information. Because that could be a way to fuck him over even more and take all of the rest of this stuff and more. They all fucking day and yesterday, like, they've been doing this fucking thing. And it's like, I know you're not new. I know that I have all this recorded. I know that I have it on my YouTube. I know all of that. They're like, delete it and we'll take you into the CIA and make you a shadow person that goes after others. Show up. You wanna show up? Show up, knock on my door, say that's what you're gonna do. Prove it. I gotta prove it. Should be pretty fucking easy, bro. Considering. Yeah, considering you have all that's going for sure, like all of you do. You could easily do it, yeah. It's nothing for you. Yeah, could you say that it's very hard for us and it's very easy for you instead? No. It's the exact opposite of that. As in, it's impossible for me, but it's definitely very much possible and extraordinarily simple and easy for all of you. Yeah, but I don't want to. Uh-huh. No kidding. No doy, you fuck up. Yeah, oh, I'm gonna be so afraid of you. Yeah, you know, if like you're legitimately prevented from doing anything like showing up or whatever, knowing about, you know what I mean? Like, it's not really gonna be angry about you, like me, my whole field thing of like going after anyone that's fucking me over. You still took my idea, so it'll do that, but like, you know, for what it's worth, the outside, which is gonna reroute you back in, is gonna keep your memory, unlike like reincarnation, yeah, except it's more like copy paste. They don't lose any information. Right, yes. Oh, but they do. Yeah. That's the point of the time before, universe before, and then also the stupid alien things, which you should really listen to that. Oh yeah, no, like how they overwrite the ion exchange and electricity and then DNA rate expression to make the person them. Yep. They don't mutate. Yeah. Mutate the fucking goddamn cell. Right? Yeah, I know. It's like you have a given neural network has many connections, so it's like the right connections, the right exchange, and it has a weighted, preference for that, and then DNA rate expression, more connections here removes others. It's a whole thing for how it is, which I've already explained that. Who is this? Not new here, but I'm gonna pretend really hard to be new. So the bodies are like a stacked and shaped polymerized organic polymer like amino acids. Amino acids could be polymers. If you don't know, they can be polymers, and they can be stacked. Repetitively in a different shape, and that's gonna give different field effects, and ultimately store given information. And so they'll break their body down and then go into people as that. And so as they impart their field effects and do that to the brain, it's effectively amino acids, yeah. That's
not DNA. I'm fully well aware of that. They already have one of the alien bodies things, but then like nobody's gonna let them go anywhere near it because their body has written all, and then there's like a piece of their spaceship hull, and then like rocks that are all radiocarbon dated shit to basically be from a very back in the day time period, and they have my name on them, my birth date, and my social. It's like kind of hard to fucking fuck with that, you know? It's like fully an amino acid, like it genuinely is a genuine organic. You could scan it, whole thing, but it's dead. It's been dead for a really long time. It's preserved, but like that's what that is. Right, but then that would get rid of. It wouldn't matter. It's still like, hey, let's go over to that fucking like place over there and like see, you know. Hey, let's go build the rocket engines and spaceships, huh? Faster than light, maybe eventually, you know. Let's get up there, you know. Let's go do some of that. Like I'd prefer that, right? Like anyone else, you know, instead of trying to get like fucking people that have massive control and power and authority over things that can just hide shit. Let's, instead of going after that, let's just go do this thing where we just go over there. How about that? And look. You know, I'm just saying that would be nice. Instead of any of that, let's go with this thing. That's literally always the case. I'm like, that's whatever, but then I'm like, let's go do this. Like you know, telescopes, cool programming. Like look with, you know, light wave interference, gravitational lensing, you know, and then like, you know, blue Doppler distance, all that stuff. Yeah, like I have a bunch of different stuff for that. Like I've talked about this before in my YouTube channel. But it's like, so you know how they use sound, right? Like diaphragming, but bullshit kind of thing, right? Well, they ended up learning how to make light into sound by using like the Doppler shift of light, blue and red, and then material, as in reflective properties and so on, which then turns it into sound. They process it the right way to make it be the new diaphragm kind of thing, right? But they've had that for a while for lasers that they'd shine out a window, and like depending on what was going on inside, they were able to hear what was inside of what was, you know, being talked about, that kind of thing, to spy on people from pretty far distances, up in space kind of stuff. Right. No, not military secrets, and certainly not, you know, spy network stuff for going after various world leader thing, blah blah. Let's just move on from that. They didn't have that since like early 2000s, effectively, and then they were like, Microsoft built this stupid camera thingy and technology, as if they didn't have it long before. Like they're think tanks that have huge math brains and engineering backgrounds with money. Like the reason why we have Wi-Fi math and programming is because they made that for their military communication networks that people didn't know was a thing until basically it had to come out, right? Yeah, same thing. Satellites, radio wave, you know, like, oh, it's just for, you know, looking at clouds and shit, right? And it's like cell tower, and then other, and it's like, well, that's just a, you know, version of the same thing. And then Wi-Fi, and then, you know, your circuits, like AC circuits in your house, well, that produces a given electromagnetic. And so it's like you can do more than what you think when it comes down to just positioning someone inside of a house or an apartment. You can actually listen to them off of that. But same thing with, like, you know, pings. So like little informational, you know, IP packets. They can pick that up for you listening to you. Same thing for your TV, as it'll change the given resistance. So like resistance through the given coil for the given pixels. If it's connected to the internet, then they can use that when you talk or you step around or whatever. That's LCDs. And OLEDs were a whole other thing too. Similar. So let's connect to the internet, and then they could just get like a combo of information. Then they still have the satellites. So that's still a thing. But then it's easier to just kind of like hack a phone and use their like backdoor shit. Which you're like, they don't have backdoor shit. And I say, yeah, you know. I mean, most hackers can basically always get into your fucking laptop, regardless of your operating system, and then just fucking look through your web camera. There's a reason why they have like these sliders, because nobody can apparently seem to stop them. And so it's like, you have a walking constant microphone. You know what I mean? Like, you just never really are not being listened to. But it's like, right, remember that, the sound thing for the interference stuff? Same thing for how it is light gets shifted, and then light sources from other sources get shifted towards interfering, brightening, or destructive, or coherent lens, that kind of stuff. So like light can like destructively, but then it'll bend it in when it's enough like light that'll constructively interfere towards a given area, kind of like a laser light. But it's really a lens, but then it can reflective because it's destructive, so it'll destructively interfere rearwards, but then there's a forward constructive that it can do as a result of destructive interference going rearwards, which will curve it in like a coherence. Yeah, well, I mean, the PhD say, yeah. Yeah, I'm well aware, yeah. Okay, Jesus fuck. Yeah, but they don't use that for their telescopes, which bothers me. Like, that little outside to in, and then, like, gravitational lensing and that's a blue shift more than anything, because it compresses space and time, but then it's lensing it. So, like, a lot of people don't maybe understand how lensing works, especially when there's that level of diffusal, diffractive properties, and destructive and coherent and constructive interferences. Like, there's a lot of that's going on. So you kind of need to be able to take multiple focal length pictures, use that sound in blue shift and then interference over a given duration of time, but also be able to piece it together for this light coming from there and what is the possibilities, and you increase detail and resolution further and further and further and further back until you eventually get to the point where it's like you got really, really accurate pictures that you normally would never have. So it's like, that's programming that I've already put on my YouTube. Cool. Okay, so like we could, yeah, I mean, do we already do that? No. No, it's, no, not with my programming. It's like, this is the given data set, so like this is the given interference. So it looks for a given pattern, and then like given expected values and a given distance focal length for the given interferences that we're expecting to receive. And so then we mark within given minutes is what snipers will use. I use given Plancks to, whatever, over a given period of time for curvatures and so on, for interferences and changes and added and from outside, but it's still the same information, but then some of it can also be lost, and so that loss also gives you, for this given wavelength, it should have been lost like this, which actually equals this ray over here, that kind of thing. So as it works through and as you continuously scan, it actually gets better and better and better and better and faster and faster and faster at putting puzzle pieces together. But it's no neural network. I don't use neural network. I just have like standard set values. And then it's like, these are strategies, of like this given type of interference, this given type of lens compression, blue, Doppler stuff. And then spread out red Doppler stuff. Right. And then there's the was it quantum slot experiment or something? But it's like, really, this is this, and then those over there mean these would interfere like this. That's the bell curve cloud puzzle piecing together, as it'll interfere and then move it like this, and lens and polar and all that. Shift wavelengths and all that. Yeah, so there you got it. So you already have that on YouTube. Several times I've talked about it. I talked about it with James Webb Space Telescope. Like, that's like one of the first ones, but I came up with it like pretty far back in the Chandler house, basically. My parents' Chandler house, yeah. So, for what it's worth, it's just a way to ultimately gain using certain gravitational lens areas and then marking for a long duration of exposure for multiple apertures and rotation of the Earth, and it's given fluctuations of vibrations and then air and then also space for the given interferences, so on. So it's like you account for as much as you can in your given area, and then over time it's like it has to change for like given expected value of curvature changes, but then you're trying to get into smaller and smaller frames of reference for that given. So it's like you're going to get a big rough one, but the longer you look during that exposure, you get more and more detail. That means you can get better and better, smaller and smaller as you continue to calculate frame reference points. I call it categorization, specification, detailing, filtering, and then resolving. It's the 5 steps. You got to categorize the frames. You got to detail the frames. You got to filter. Nope. Categorization, specification, detailing. So it's like you're going to detail those frames, remember? You're going to specify where those distances are. And then you're going to resolve the detail and the specificity, and then you're going to filter that through as you go forward, further distance. And then you're going to constantly do specification, more detailing, then resolving, and then filtering, because you already have the category. That's the Z. You already have the math kind of on that, and like how it is that it puts that together, and the programming too, in my earlier audio blogs in like October 10th or 11th. But I actually talked about it well before that. Anyways, that's the basics of it, if I'm being just direct about it. Like, you can get further and further with gravitational effects for how that should work, progressed over time gravitational wave interferences, which means that you can peer using that light when it first starts deeper in for the given light wave interferences, as it'll redshift it, as it'll try and pull it back and slow it down. And then it compresses it again using other mass that's around. Which means you can get light that goes further back, and then from that light you can figure out how to go deeper using LIGO light detection methods, which is really just the light that you receive, to peer using gravity backwards to when before there was light. Okay, it's just a long exposure. Yeah, it's supposed to be for a whole year, pointing at like the best gravitational lens point, really, more than anything. And then, starting when you're going to start doing that, like beforehand, marking things with given area at different focal lengths. Okay, so it's like you're going to start category, specification, programming, all that ahead of time to start the process out ahead of time. And then you're going to, after that, then do a long exposure length with all of the wavelengths you can get. All satellites, all telescopes, all of it. Anything and all things are all going to be pointed at that fucking spot. All of it. For a year. A whole year. Yeah. I wanted to do 5. I thought I could probably get a year. 5. I would prefer 5. 5 would be way better. If I can get 5, then I can build more telescopes in that time. Then it's like I can then start also accounting for different earthquake, weather, satellite, solar disruption stuff. And I know that it's like other people want to look at other things. Yeah, but this is actually really extraordinarily important. Like, we have a possibility of really seeing past the birth of light in our universe. And it only will take about 5 years for the given interferences and calculation during that exposure. So it's like every time you're exposing, all during the rotation for 5 years, as it's going around our supermassive black hole in the Milky Way galaxy, and then we're also rotating around our star, and then also around our planet with all that, like that gives us a way better likelihood chance of getting those gravity noise datas input into those calculations over a given period of time while we're still exposing. And then once we get all of that, then we can because we already categorize, specify all that, we can re-go through the data and then really get all of it together and brute force it into one long exposure camera 5-year length exposure shot that will also give us from different angles, because we can place slightly ahead and slightly behind a double point, but because we have multiple points we then get depth of field. Because we have multiple points over that 5 years, we have more depth of field that gives us better and better categorization frame for each one of these little tinier and tinier spots, even though we're talking like light years sometimes. But then it's like we can start honing in down into like smaller spots that actually make a lot more sense to get that detail that we're looking for. So you've given this thought. 5 years is the best option. Truthfully, 7 isn't going to really give you much more for what it's worth. It will give you more, don't get me wrong. But I doubt I can get people to do that, and truthfully, 5 years is going to be enough to start looking and peering behind the start of those given light emittance. Which, here's a nice little one. So, I have this really hot, really dense, all this electromagnetic combined with gravity, fundamental force stuff. Meanwhile, it's accelerating, like from behind. It's already gone, a little bit, and then it's accelerating behind, and then it's like going to vibrate. And it's going to stick out a given pressure wave. That's gravity, right? Except not really. That would be looking like electromagnetic to us. So we can use that as a light source combo, they'll peer deeper, and then it'll eventually get to nuclear as they combine, so you can look even deeper. There'll eventually be a point where you hit it, like, can't go further, but it's all calculations over time. How long? 5 years is more than good enough to get back into that area that I just talked about. 7 is only going to give you better detail and resolution. 10 will give you a really great detail and resolution, to the point where you'd actually be able to piece together fundamental large things, breaking apart, forming, all that. So like, to us it'd look like it's really small. But we're talking about we'd be using that 10 years to look at something that's probably in the realm of about the size of it. Well, I'm hesitating because it's like it can be between just beyond our solar system, Oort cloud, to, depending if we get really good and we're accurate and all that, the size of our own planet. For just after the birth of the universe, yeah. It should solve a lot of fundamental possibilities in terms of how things combine. We'd be able to observe it as it goes over a given distance and time. But I really doubt people would go for 10 years. So, I don't think, you're talking 10 years, man. It's like, yeah, no, that's good. And that's the point. like I can barely probably get a year out of people, right? So like, I can probably get a little bit further with a year past the start of light. Using that technique, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm also like, so burr goes the rocket engine, do 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 do. Let's go over to Sirius B. Let's see if we can test some faster and light stuff, maybe. Would that be nice? Let's do that. Displays intelligence to showcase that, like, you should probably look at those fucking rocket engines. Yeah! He's not just blowing smoke up your ass. Well, I've heard it all, actually. I've been listening the entire time. See, and where they'll work. There you go. Great. Okay, so you gotta do it with your non-existent money or income, and okay, yeah, now I see what you're doing. You deal with this all damn day. All damn day. You're so smart, though. That doesn't mean in any way that you can't do it, because you can't be disabled if you're smart. Okay, alright, I see what you're doing. I'm fucking, like, I'm gonna lie to you and say that, like, you know, you're the one that's bad, and somehow, like, I'm not the one gaslighting and victim blaming and you know, all that stuff. You just need to try harder. That's what that is. You're lazy. Okay. Right. So, okay. Same thing I've been dealing with for like months now, man. Well, years. Mostly most of my life. That's pretty much my main issue. If I'm going to be really directly honest about it. You're so smart, you're going to be so big, you're going to be so capable. Expectation. And also, you can't possibly have these issues because you're smart and you're tall and you're all that. Yeah, the whole thing. And, yep, team time. So is there any way to get around that? No, except for you changing your mind and opinion about me. Ultimately, because it's like, well, conspiracy or no, it's still, I'd rather you just go over and maybe see and look, and if they're there, we can find them. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, yeah, we're totally, you know, why don't we just go look really quick with this, you know, this is a cool rocket, you know, guys, could we go and maybe go over there, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I got some, you know, basic biological immortality kind of stuff, and, you know, rocket engine ideas that can last for a really, really long time. I think we would maybe get there, you know, within our, you know, lifespan, if we think about it, you know. I always point to the same thing. Within a single generation, we flew a small distance with some bike people that made a flying contraption to the moon, man! We went to the fucking moon! We can't get our asses to fucking build a rocket ship, man! It's a little better than what we've got, motherfucker. It's all cost and complexity for them. And I'm like, you're all thinking about it wrong. Just because it's like this stupid reaction shit, why are you doing it like that? You know what I mean? You should really look into that, you know? I have inertial acceleration engines. I got quantum vacuum acceleration, you know, quantum vacuum pressure acceleration engines. I got a combo of that helps push us, get us faster than speed of light. If we do it really well. That work physics, yes! Yes, it will. I'm well aware. I've had to listen to him before he came around and pretended that you didn't know. Right, yes, no. Again, like, you know, we were talking about it earlier. I like to just continue on, making them believe like I don't know. No, I know. No, they gave up that one because, like, holy shit, man. We're gonna get hurt, aren't we? Oh, so hurt. Welcome to the club, first time. Anyways, That one's pretty fun. You'd have to. I mean, I added so many YouTubers channels about my battery generator, which like then it turned into here's a bioreactor version that uses like the equivalent of some extremophiles that are already like they already exist. Like they already made them, but it's like they're extremophiles that are salty and acidic, and they output from eating regular grass and shit hydrogen. And then it's a regular fuel cell after that. So it's just feed them fuel. And it's like, eventually they'll produce waste. The waste is hydrogen. They just make a fuck ton of bacteria after a while. You know, it's one of those situations of, they've been lobbying already a technology I talked about back in my parents' Chandler house that could possibly be done thanks to the CRISPR-Cas9 system. And then brute forcing petri dishes with the changes for extremophiles until they could eventually eat certain things and then live and then make their environment the right kind by doing what they do and then outputting hydrogen. And they got it done. They've been lobbying behind the scenes. You know, like, there's this guy that was like, leaded gas is killing us all, lead's everywhere. And it took him forever to get rid of leaded gas. Like, basically kept around until like the 70s, 80s, 90s kind of thing. It's still kind of around still. Yeah, same thing. They're basically in a don't look up situation for global warming and climate crisis stuff with this bioreactor, and it's another, like, why do you need fusion? I could just make a bunch of bacteria. Why do you need nuclear? Why would you need gas and oil? Why would you need windmills? Why would you need solar panels? A bunch of bioreactors that treat our human fecal matter waste and all of our organic, and actually it will even eat inorganic plastics and so on. Now, granted, they can't really live outside their little environment, but if you were to get the right environment, eventually they could proliferate if you were to expose them. They can't survive in the air. You know, like, people really grasp at straws for how that would ultimately be something that could happen, as if they know about biology, because, you know, mainstream media, movies, TV stuff. But it's like, it doesn't work that way. But if you were to spill like a fuck ton of them, you know, in the right area, like, and maybe some would survive, and then like they could maybe get somewhere. But again, we're talking, oh, it produced hydrogen, you know, it eats oil in a very highly acidic area. It's like, what? What am I hearing about from you fuckers? What? So I never really grasped their side of the story, because it sounds like it's fear-mongering bullshit again. You know, like the standard right-wing Republican, Democrat, you know, side. The fear-monger stuff. You know, to get people to actually do stuff. But it's like, right, but the main issue is that you'll end up making a lot of bacteria, and then, like, you have to dump that, well, you have to either let them die a little, or you have to, like, you know, give them to something else. So that's the whole bioreactor thing I keep talking about. It's like, they'll die. But also, it's like, well, then make another reactor, you know, just fucking make another one, a bigger one, you know what I mean? It scales itself. Just keep feeding it, and it'll scale itself, and then you just have to feed it necessarily to the amount of fuel that you need with the hydrogen. Because oh, by the way, the extremophiles that I talk about, they also make electricity. So this is something I wanted to talk about. Like, they're acidic and they're very salty, right? But, like, in the process of making the hydrogen, they create an electron flow circuit with the fuel cell as a reactor. And so they'll actually make their own electricity, kind of like eels and bacteria that already make their own electricity anyways. If you didn't know, now you know. So then it's like, right, they'll make their own electricity and then they'll output hydrogen, which then turns into a fuel cell hydrogen source. Their exhaust, their waste, gets turned into water. But then they make a lot of bacteria over time, and then you have to get rid of the bacteria, and you still have to refeed them. The feeding thing's not bad. It's mostly the bacteria thing. Because, like, that's fine. But we're talking hundreds, like 200 plus, to 180 bare minimum kilowatts. But then their current design already has it up to 7 hours of continuous use at that level. So it's like, you're making a lot of claims here. Why didn't I hear this? I'm like, because they're not a part of their fucking congressional and then the presidential bullshit. And you have a lot of money involved in subsidizing and then ultimately being involved in the stocks and exchange trades of given public companies that are involved in oil and gas. It's like, there's a lot of incentive to basically go like, nah. Over the entire world, by the way. We're not talking just America. Like, at all. Like, take a look at how much they're willing to entertain Russia with what it's doing for its oil and gas. Yeah, okay, so... yeah. So it's like, Don't Look Up is a situation that's currently going on across multiple parts of the world, so... but mostly in America, for sure, that I'm very well aware that this is a thing. They have other ones that produce sugar. They'll just eat things, plastics, organics, so on. They'll just produce a lot of sugar. There's other ones that produce natural gas. We already know about that for what it's worth. Then we also have others that also produce kerosenes, diesels, gases, ethanols. And so it turned into like, well, some of them actually work together with fermentating yeast fungus. So if you layer them and you let it eat the right way, and then salt comes down to certain areas, and so like it'll make more power from the hydrocarbon, but then hydrogen and then fuel cell, which is more efficient, by the way. But then it's like you can also just not have to worry about hydrocarbons except for if you want them. So it's like there's a few that are already out there currently right now that you can just make massive, and you'll hear like every so often it comes out in the news, and it doesn't seem to go anywhere. And it's like, it's just a bacteria. I don't think people really grasp that part. It's just a bacteria. It's like you can feed them practically. Like you can sort that. It's not that hard. Why isn't it happening? And it's like, because there's money in not doing it. Right. Like seriously, there's a lot more money trapped up in keeping certain people, candidates, in political power and lobbying for them and continuing that kind of situation, along with going after nuclear infusion. See what I'm saying? Right. So, turns out renewables are like, well, that would mean that I don't get to sell as many solar panels or any windmills. I don't really know if I want to do that. So there's like that kind of problem going on. Meanwhile, I'm like, this is great. We should use this right now. What the fuck are we doing? Right, money. As if it's necessary and capitalism makes sense. Exactly. Now you get it. This is so fucking stupid. Yeah, I agree. I lobbied with them for a while. Like, I actually actively, even in the past, like, gave them notes and stuff. I tried to work, like, even though I said I didn't want to work anymore with any of them, because it's still my idea, and they stole it, but it was, like, that significant that I was like, we kind of should do that. Problem is, it's, like, my idea, and they stole it, and so, like, it'll kill everyone that touches it. That's another part of it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Yeah, no, you could just show up and say that you were doing this. Then we could have it. So, like, just go do that. This is not me. This is on you. Yeah, I know. I get that. Yeah. There you go. But it's like, still a conspiracy. And I'm like, yeah, no, but why don't we go do that? If it is a conspiracy, why don't we go do it, though? Why don't we go do that? Huh? I see. they start realizing pretty quickly like what the fuck's going on here. It's like we've had the ability to make this a thing for a while. Every attempt more or less gets blocked, and then they'll eventually, try and entice them with money to continue doing what the status quo currently is. Right. It's like, guys, if you worked with this though instead, right? Like, could you maybe, that kind of thing? And it's just like fucking stupid. We have the entire, like, it's good to go. Like, it's good, man. Like, my rocket engines easily can just go for a really, really long time. And that's just my standard reactionary stuff, like Newtonian law. It's like, this is Lemke law stuff, but then it's still like kind of just a workaround to Newtonian in a lot of ways. Yeah, but it's like, hey, my name's out there now, whatever, right? It's really just the same stuff, but it's like, not really, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Thanks. Anyways, the design is great. I agree, but it's like the biohacking stuff is simple stuff too, and it will work really rather easily. I have a couple of them, but the basic premise is cells get repaired by a cell inside of the cell that happens to intentionally repair during mitosis instead of having the immune system attack during mitosis. Well, that one still works too, so long as it gets into the nucleus and stops once it gets to a certain point of hey, these things means I'm a good person and don't do that. And it goes, oh, sorry, well, here's some shit that helps you repair, sorry. And other cells help, and then you take a complex of proteins, lipids, which are fats, specifically to help with repairing the cell and the damage, and membrane, stuff like that, because you have to get a nucleus to allow for the mitosis reaction to occur. But then you also take a CRISPR, so it's there's amino, protein, and lipids. But then you have a fourth, which is a CRISPR, but then it's this is actually a CRISPR, but with also this little carrier that's supposed to go into this protein, and it changes the protein specifically instead of the DNA, that repairs the DNA of the cell, making it go back into a stem cell, and then it tells it to repair telomere length based upon these given informations in that carrier. So the carrier is really just like a virus kind of thing or something like that. You can even do it with your immune system. I ended up going into the bone marrow eventually. It's there's this stuff that makes the cells that do the immune system, that do the whole repair thing, that kind of thing. So it's if you just change that, and eventually I learned that there's a deeper web of that shit that's going on. Or it's what fucking signals this thing? And they don't know what that is. But then there's this other thing that then breaks into these things that then turn into those stem cells and the immune system stuff. So it's cell into cell. So it's I'll attack. How long does it... this is actually pretty annoying. So it's if I could reverse the autophages. So you know what an autophage is? It's a reverse vaccine. So it's we're going to cancel out this given protein information for this given go attack this stuff. So it's if you compare this protein and this autophage to a bunch of others, then eventually you'll be able to go this is a given set of information that we don't want you to go after. Right? But I usually used to nuke them. So it's I would nuke that cell, and then I'd replace the cell that makes the new immune system. So I nuke your immune system, and then nuke all the other bone marrow areas, and then I would turn those cells back into this new cell, and then I'd have them grow and work together, and then create new immune cells, and then I would have them take your old immune system with those cells that you would then replace the information, and then it'd be brand new information, but it'd also be brand new cells that would be they would work better effectively. And so it's oh yeah, no, I'm basically hard resetting your immune system to no longer attack any of this other shit, and then also it's going to start making it so that way it goes after during the mitosis process and stops for this given isotropic cell membrane change, and then certain cells inside of it protein structures. There's an inner cell membrane, and then there's the nucleus, right? So it's like I already talked about all that. It's long, the biohacking thing, but it's there, and so like creates a flood of the proteins that signify go into mitosis and repair. Like that was the original concept, but you still have to take like this medicine, constantly, but it would work, and depending on when it got to the cell. It's like during the beginning, yeah, it works, and during some of the other stages, it doesn't really work. But like this stuff that says "don't attack me" is hanging around, so it's all like a balancing act. But effectively, it means like you're constantly attacking your body, not your permanent cells, but like if you know anything about an autoimmune disorder, then like that's basically what I'm giving you. Except that you get like multiple new stem cells that will differentiate into anything that they need in a given area, that have repaired themselves extraordinarily well, hopefully, and it goes after senescent cells for another version of the same kind of like immune system thing. Like or change to their cell membrane, right? And that instead of going into the cell membrane only a little bit and eating it, it then tries to go and make it undergo a mitosis process. So cell, mitosis. And then I was like, oh yeah, no, but you can do that with permanent cells if you do it right with the right calcium and or mRNA vaccination, vaccine in a given area. So like you target a little bit of an area, and you do a little bit and a little bit and a little bit, and then you let it heal over time, and so like, it'd be like a treatment. But then eventually I was like, right, but you also have an autoimmune disorder. But it's like you also repair your body all the time, and your body also goes after any given cancer. Right. Right? So it's like, that's already going on. So I don't see what the difference would be. So I turned it into like, alright, so if it's senescent, attack it and try and mitosis it. Well, turns out if you differentiate cells the right way, or that the DNA, it's like, well, if it's going to turn into a cancer cell, it has these levels and types of mutations to turn into a cancer, and it'll express this stuff that says, hey, give me more nutrients, right? Like grow more blood vessels, stuff like that. Yeah, so it would go after that as a signifier, and then it would check. And then it would be like, oh, it has this change to the cell membrane, and then it'd go into the nucleus, and instead of being able to elicit, because it's already dead, that's how cancer's cell works. So it's like, oh, well, it's not going to be able to fucking do anything to go, don't eat me, so then it eats it. So it's like blood cancers, you can even get into your brain if you were to do it well and right, but then like there's a different type of thing going on with your brain. So it's like your immune system kind of get into your brain, but not really. You wouldn't really want it to. But there's like their own version of something. So like turned into a compound thing. You know what I mean? So it's like compound, and then it's like kind of doing the same thing of attacking, and then those are like protein stuff that breaks it down. That's like the immune system. So it's like a cell membrane for your immune system is like the carrier that it signifies with a given field effect, and then like that's its given detection, right? And so it's like, right, and then now I know attack. So, and then same thing with chemical signatures, which is field effect. So it's like electron, orbit, and field, right, for like what it can combine with and what it can't for a given positive, negative ions, stuff like that. Yes. So it's like, well, same thing for cancer cells. So it's like it detects it using this compound that we would extract from your given immune system that would then go and be injected in certain areas of your brain, and then it would attack it and eat it like automatic machines. And so like that compound then actually gets continuously, because it's like a virus now, made in the brain that goes through your cerebral spinal fluid. So it's meant to go after any cancer in your spine, nerve, and brain. And then it will flush itself out. Instead of using like, I need a whole bunch of cells, I use just making the compound. So it also would change it back to a stem cell because it would force it to go through the mitosis. So like permanent cells can still mitosis. That's something I didn't know. But it's like the nucleus can be attacked like that to then try and repair itself, and during that flood of those given proteins, it'll undergo a mitosis. Well, remember the Cas9 thing? It's like, well, it's changing it back into a stem cell, and they already know how to do that. So it's like, but also it goes, hey, for these given mutations, which I didn't get to before I started talking about the cancer thing, these given mutations go into a senescent cell. So it automatically triggers senescence, and then it goes, well, I'll wait until an immune system comes around or a compound comes around, and then I'll eat it and make it turn into a mitosis event and repair itself, automatic repair. So it's like a lot of that's, fairly involved, right? But it's like biohacking longevity 101. It basically repairs all of your cells constantly and gives you brand new cells constantly, even into your permanent cells, and can change. So this one I loved. So it's like, take a Parkinson's, right? It's like a non-Parkinson's versus Parkinson's. They know what the given DNA. So it's like, if you look a little bit before the DNA that change has, and you look a little bit after, and you know what the influence of that DNA coming into this given change is to the after, as long as it's within a given 80 to above percentile of similarity, then you know that it'll still be good if you change it to that. So it's like, well, here you go. No more Parkinson's. No more Alzheimer's-like stuff. No more any of that stuff. So it's like, basically, I got rid of cancer, and then I got rid of, aging cells that don't work anymore, or as well. Oh, okay. Then it was like, well, it'd be easier just to, how the nucleus is the mitochondria, blah blah blah, power, blah blah blah, whatever, right? So it's like, if I just alter the mitochondria and nucleus a little bit, they'll be made to form a new style of stored informational protein DNA thing. And so it's like, this then just goes through, hey, repair the inner and outer membrane and nucleus and telomeres, instead of having to go ahead and have your immune system effectively attack everything in the compounds. But then it's like, it's not that bad. I mean, your body's just kind of already doing that. You'd probably want it anyways. So it's just like, this is just the last final step. And so if your immune system doesn't get to it, then it's like the repair function is just another cell inside of your cell. So you have a cell that repairs your cell. Yeah, that's basically what it is. But what repairs that? That is the nucleus and then the mitochondria. They work off of each other. So if one of them is damaged, it'll repair it. But if that's damaged, those will repair that. Right, which I thought that's basically what we already have. We do, kind of, but not really. So we kind of do, but then this is better than what that version of what is already there is. So it's like, we already have opposed pistons and so on. And yeah, no, but then my opposed piston has 3 combustion chambers and single stroke technology. Instead of 2 stroke scavenging, I have a straight up rocket injector that fires in burning gases safely without it burning itself to death. So yeah. And better crankshaft technology and all that. Yep. Yeah, it sure does. Right. No, he knows. I'm just going to say it doesn't. I don't care. I know it works, but fuck you. So it's like, well, same kind of thing. It's like, this is a genuine cell. Its whole thing is to monitor given protein and enzyme interactions. So think the mitochondria has things pass through it. Well, this is another version of just monitor what's going on as a chip to the two different versions of chips that run the whole cell that has this given information getting put into it, that then also exchanges thermal and electrical and field to allow for it to perform the given function of the given cell. So it's it's stored information that then will interactively change its shape and, given stored information and function as the protein changes, and then does its job, outputting different chemical signals or being a membrane barrier, repairing itself, so on and so on. This just repairs that, and then I have a bunch of other stuff that's supposed to help repair it. Now, since the stem cells will eventually differentiate themselves into new cells, like if they're ever bad, like they'll just turn into a senescent and undergo it again, and eventually this would be able to get into that. So like that one's a different one that I haven't really described very well. It's effectively like I have a cell membrane that's going to be formed inside. So like a nucleus knows how to repair the cell membrane, right? The inner and outer. It has chemical signatures, right? So with the mitochondria, it's like, well, I'm going to build what is the equivalent of a different version of a mitochondria. So like certain cells have certain waste products from the mitochondria and the nucleus and the cell membrane for performing its given function. That's its version of power. That waste is now its power, and then it outputs a new protein and or nutrient for those cells. But it still eventually will have too much, of a waste, and so it has to, put it out. Take it out. So it's lizards, yeah. So like I took lizards DNA, like newts and lizards, like they still make their own stuff. Turns out it's like, well, that's perfect. I can just use that. Like, why don't I just use their fucking cells for like my own cells to basically repair themselves? I mean, they already have their own newt cell repair functions, and I know what those proteins are. And so then I did that with a petri dish and a biohacking thing, and voila! It worked. Just fine. Like, there's no scar tissue anymore. It means that your cell also functions for a really long time very well before it'll ever, like, have issues. And the only time it'll even, like, have issues is because it stops growing. So, like, there's a point where it no longer grows any further. Like, that's usually why mitosis is a thing. So it's like I found out that like cells growing is a way for cancer to ultimately have an issue, and so it's like it needs to get to a certain size and be fine, and it can still mitosis, and so like if it needs more cells, it'll mitosis and then undergo its own version of like I'm going to turn into a stem cell, and during that isotropic protein signature change, it goes and says actually we're going to just turn into 2 stem cells. So if it ever got to the point where like the isotropic still happened, that's why the immune system's around. It's like something might be going on, and so we're gonna attack that, right? But it's like that's still around, but then like this just grabs that protein and turns it into, hey, so we're gonna just turn into the stem cell DNA sequence, and then still have like the repair for both of them turn into 2 repairs as will undergo like doubling and get the polymer links and then clean up all of the nucleus and everything else. It basically undergoes and like all of that before it'll eventually turn into a full stem cell. So it reverts itself back consistently now. The jellyfish thing, right? No, that's I suppose they might do something like that. I never did that. I kind of didn't look too far into the jellyfish thing. Like, this is basically just a better, like, it's going to repair. It'll still split, so a good way to put it is, like, it takes a really long time for it to split. Alright, instead of, like, growing to the point where it'll try, it'll take a really long time, and then, like, the chemical signature turns into, the thing that's repairing them has turned into something that is over. So it's like basically able to feed itself for a certain amount of time off of that repair function. So it's like you have really good nutrients, right? For a while, it'll eventually make that just produce a lot of the same exchange. So it'll like work off of each other, but it needs to have so it'll slowly decay, right? So it's like I don't need to take anything in because I already have something in here. But then it's like I don't have thermal and I'll get colder. And so like that cold trigger, which is the lizard thing, is a chemical protein signature that tells it to undergo a mitosis process. And so it'll start adding in nutrients, growing any bigger, and then it'll take the isotropic protein and enzyme to then split itself and then turn into differentiated stem cells. Then it was like, well, if I do that, then it's not that hard to make. So like cerebral spinal fluid, like where it comes from, like your spine, right? There are certain cells that you can change that will make those compounds that your immune system, which are nearby where your autophages are. So it's like that immune cell, right, like has certain compounds that you're gonna want. Well, it needs to get filtered by something anyways. So, like, yeah. So those are like receptors. So when those are broken down in your kidneys and whatnot, as they need to eventually, those will be chemical compound signatures as receptor signatures that turn those the cerebral spinal fluid, cell producing, to also make those compounds for these cells that we place in there that repair them. So like they'll repair and then they'll express these compounds that go after any senescent and yes, Phaser, we know cancer cells, right? And then make them forcibly turn into a stem cell, which will differentiate if necessary. Like, it usually uses other neurons to differentiate, so since it already has that signature there, since it already has those signatures in the neurons, it effectively just uses a version of that to go like, oh, hey, I'm here, so what do you want? You know? Same thing with your heart cells. Yeah, your heart cells can repair themselves now. They're not permanent anymore. Wait, what? Yeah, so like that one turned into a fun one. So the heart's usually something that'll get oxygen from pumping it into your lungs, right? Well, that one turned into a bunch of capillaries. So it'll take a degree of it and then rotate it through the heart and then back into the intake. So I developed a version of the same thing for the repair function, and then I had capillaries that go around, which are kind of already there to begin with. And so like they'll go around, but instead of like being tough and they actually help with pressure with the way that they're formed around the heart, with like how the heart moves blood around. So it's like it comes in on one side, goes down, it goes over, and then goes back up for the 4 chambers, right? So it's like, it turns out if you make capillaries around the heart, like from where that, so I have to first describe this one because then you'll be able to understand how that works. So your leg has these little valves that are like little flaps, I guess, that when they pump up, the flaps close and then the blood sits there and it waits for another pump. And as you move your leg back and forth, that'll pump the blood back up. So it uses your movement to help pump blood back up to your heart, right? Yeah. Alright, so similar concept. The flaps now are just basically like there-ish. Like they're ish there. I mean that. Like they're like literally just ish there. And so when they go around it, they'll basically kind of curve a little bit in. And then that's a place for where the capillaries, because it squeezes on the other side. And then that makes it like a larger volume over here versus a smaller volume over there, and that creates a pump recirculation that will eventually make it back into the intake. Alright, so, but like, there's a, artery and vein that goes off to your lungs, right? And so like that intake is basically where the lung intake is. So they'll go back to the lungs after they go to the outside of the heart with these like little capillary, web. But it's like, they're not really meant to do like large volumes. They're just meant to help nutrient density and oxygen for your heart. I mean it. It's literally just keep that like around kind of stuff. they're not big. I mean it when I say it. They're just capillaries, but like they're structured in a way where they're allowed to go around and help supply blood to the outside as well as the inside, and because the pumping has now a fluid that's going to be moved, which already has a fluid around it, FYI, for your information, right? Yeah, well, it's like, this means that it'll go around um, in a way where it'll basically help that fluid not need to be as moved as much. A good way to put it. So it's like that fluid around your heart, which you don't want a lot of, and you have a little bit there, but like this means that it doesn't really do what it did before. It just moves less. So it's like less work from the heart, and then it repairs itself because there's, the repair thing, and then it also happens to have more blood to be able to supply it during strenuous exercise. Now the capillaries can burst, but they have a bunch of significant repair functions in them. So the way I had to make this was effectively like an entirely different almost heart to support my heart. So instead of using muscles, I used like a version of heart muscle capillary, I guess. So it's like it's a part of the heart muscle, and it's going to squeeze anyways. But then that basically has a reverse blood pump to get it back into the lungs. That'll then go back into the heart. So instead of, it's like a web, but it's like it's a part of the heart. I already have that anyways. Not really, no. No, I wish though. That would really be nice, but it protects the capillaries. That's the main reason I did it. Yeah, the capillaries are like really weak and very able to die, so then it's like, this is a way to get around that. Yeah, the little flap thing, it's like, you'd think it's super not necessary, and for what it's worth, it probably wouldn't be for most, but like, I don't know, it worked when I did it. When I tried to not have it there, it then didn't work, and so I think it's like this little low blood pressure as the artery that's there, the main one, will then be stretched open as it sucks it a little bit into the capillaries, and then like that provides a little bit of a rigidity to the structure there that keeps it, from like trying to, I guess, collapse or something. It allows for at least some suck, so at least some suck is good. I'll take some suck, Yeah, it's a fluid dynamic pressure thing, so it's like it'll slow down around there, but then it's like it's a reservoir for it to suck from as it moves and beats. Phaser, can you please not? But anyways, it was a way to get around some of the other issues, because I looked at birds for the longest time. Birds were like an annoying thing. And lungs have a big propensity for their stem cells to once they turn into a fucking cancer cell, it's a bitch and a half to get rid of them. Like, they suck. Like, they'll just keep like the little autophage thing that I was talking about for our bone marrow? Yeah. Like, if you get a bone marrow fucking, like, cancer, which is blood cancer, then you're fucked. You know what I mean? It's kind of the worst. So, because they'll just keep repeating the same blood cancer after a while. And that's basically what your lungs will do. And so, I didn't have a real easy solution. So you, like, scrape your lung or something? No, I didn't really have a good, easy solution. I have, like, inhaler, that's the compound from, like, the stuff for your cerebral spinal fluid. And then, like, with the blood, with immune system stuff, I made it such that, like, there are these little itty-bitty capillaries that go into that little place, which they already exist, but then it's, like, I need this area to have, like, this extra cell And so I effectively needed to make like a bunch of little, even smaller, kind of near almost like a couple of blood cells total size capillaries to be around that, to be able to support it, to change that, you know, stem cell area to then be forced into kind of being changed. So it's like with the compound, it would then, you know, attach to the outer cells and then they would be forced to change. But then when the capillaries get there, it's like I can get deeper into it. Did it work? And, yeah, well, I was a brutal bitch. It would be so painful if you were awake for this. So the answer was no. It was a way to treat cancers in the lung for a while. Like you basically as a genuine treatment that would keep you cancer free if you kept it up for a really long time. But you'd always be on it. So what I did was I looked at birds. That's why I started that, as I looked at birds. I then forced a reversion stem cell, so it would go back to, like, remember the splitting mitosis thing? I reversed it back to making those new cells, but then it's like it would grow a network of that bird diaphragm, you know, breathing thing. So it's like you breathe in, it goes in. As you breathe out, it'll take it from like the little flaps that I talked about, as they'll go in, and then this one it's the lung sac. Yeah, because I was making that like be there. That meant like I had to force the lungs to effectively revert to the point where they weren't really functional, which is painful, by the way. Uh, Not like if you do it with your regular body, but like the lungs are really sensitive to anything that's going on in there. And you're usually in your mother's womb when that's happening. So, like, I knock people out. I then pump their blood with a reoxygen system. So it's like, if I look at a lung, it turns into like, this is this surface area with this given exchange for these given protein surface area kind of exchange stuff. And then I mimic that to reoxygenate the blood, and then I would pump it with the heart. I'd just take it out and put it back in, and a little bit of, you know, extra pumping to get it through the machine, while this would undergo its process of basically reverting it to a much tougher, much less able to turn into cancer cellular structure that's kind of a combo of our lung stuff, bird lung stuff, and a couple of other, like dolphin, whale lung stuff. That's much more efficient at taking in oxygen. Same thing with the blood. Yeah, that was one of the things. If I'm gonna nuke your fucking like bone marrow, I might as well give you better blood. Wait, what? Yo, yeah, I know. Like your bone marrow produces a bunch of compounds, just like your immune system, right? But then it's also like, right, except it's also going to make a bunch of the compounds that repair your cells really, really well too. And then it's like the blood turned into like, oh, so like what's different between them and this, you know, versus like for like how your blood ultimately transfers oxygen and nutrients, right? And so it makes those like really good compounds, but it has to work with our muscle systems and so on, so you can't just like give them the same ones. So it's like this works with this organic protein and enzyme structure to support this given cell structure area. And so like these got brute force tested in petri dishes over and over and over for every single cell network we had and have, for our intestines, our liver, our lungs, everything. And so eventually I was able to find a combo of supportive together with what we already do make that did better, like tremendously better. You could hold your breath for days if you really needed to, without feeling the effects. Yeah. Same thing with amino acid. Like the lizard thing. Like they make their own amino acids. They make their own, different types of nutrients. Well, it turns into the same thing. It's like we make our own types of amino acids and nutrients from other cells as wastes and or from our bone marrow that would then support other organ systems, which would then excrete that waste to other places. So like the organs started doing different workloads that would support other parts of the body. And then chemical signatures for cell death don't get transferred. They get turned into, oh, this is their, start repairing, start hoarding and making sure that they get nutrients, but, protect yourself. Lots of oxidative stress compounds are starting to be produced, so on stuff. Instead of turn off the cell function, it goes ramp up cell function to protect and live. Do that instead, you bitch. So I found that one. And then it was like, well, then I'm going to put a bunch of hearts. As if I'm going to fucking basically turn your lungs off while they have to regrow. And you're stuck like that for a while. Then it's like, so how do they make little tiny, two-chamber hearts in veins and arteries for, these given, octopus, cephalopod, some lizards, so on, right? Yeah, I was like, there's a way to do that, and I can use heart muscle instead of that type of. But there's actually, if I use heart muscle together with this muscle as a cellular binding structure, then it's more elastic, but then it'll last for a lot longer, and it now can repair itself. So I put them in the arms, and I put them in the legs, and then I put them in a couple other places throughout the body and the brain. Right. Yeah. So the neck's a real weak point. And I didn't like that. Obviously. Yeah. So I was like, this has several different, redundancies everywhere. And it already has those, so it's anything I can do. Any, level of anything I can do to get more redundancy to the brain is what I did, yeah. So you can chop your neck off and everything, but it's so the skin around your neck changed. It still looks the same, but internally it's not. Same thing with the muscles. The muscle fiber changed. I made it really tough. The bones are ridiculously different too. This one wasn't. This is later on. So it's while I'm doing the heart stuff, it's gonna grow anyways. You're pretty much passed out for long periods of time. It's kind of painful, and you have to be under painkillers. Yeah, you're gonna have to be under that for a while. But it's it's gonna grow the veins and arteries, and that actually didn't cause any real pain. You could do that just fine. It's a little itchy, but that was it. Right. Same thing with in the guts. Your intestines, your liver, your pancreas, stuff like that. The intestines actually help the pancreas. Anyways, I move off of it. All of it supports each other, kind of stuff. Right. Why do you keep going? Your spine's hollow. Because your spine's hollow. Your spine's hollow now. There's a big, ginormous artery there, and then I have several plating, structure, fiber stuff. Stone Man is a thing. Stone Man disease. Well, it turns out there's a way to structure bone, sinew, cartilage, muscle, and so on in such a way that it's a far stronger muscle fiber and tissue in a given area that can take a lot but it's still very stretchy and works just fine. And then I have a bunch of arteries and shit inside, and then like I have a bunch of protective fiber over all of that. Like all of your nerves have a shit ton of protective fiber. Your skin basically has an underneath protective fiber that's always there. Like I made an Under Armour effectively. Yeah, that connects to your bones and then the under muscle. Which the muscle was same standard muscle for a while until I could figure something else out. It took a long time to figure out like muscle fiber, because it's like, well, you know, it has to expand, and like that's its version of like lever action for the given pulleys. But if I can connect them in different areas for the expansion, then it's like all of a sudden I get more efficiency out of the body. So I think your trapezoid to the bottom part of your forearm that goes up to your two middle fingers. And so like that would give you more efficiency, which it kind of already does that, just FYI, but it has to be connected differently, and so it has like a double connectivity, and then it's also got this other it's like a string. Like honestly, it's like a really, really, really tough string that situates itself in between each one of those muscle fibers. So it's able to then expand with that string, and then like that'll pull more with less expansion, giving it better like characteristics for speed and less like actual energy waste to produce a given action. That took a while to figure out. I was just focused on biohacking longevity. Like that's what it was. So like the once the lungs were done and the hearts were done, it was like, well, you have a bunch of repair functions. Your lungs give you way better like oxygen, and then your liver and everything works way better. You can still get drunk, but I wouldn't recommend it just in general, like already still, but like it, you know, it's a lot harder, and so you need to drink a lot more to get that kind of an effect. Your body's able to filter out a lot of different compounds. Like the liver is usually so good at certain things. I upgraded the shit out of that. Like that liver is effectively a version of a tank. Yeah, it's really good at getting rid of practically any carcinogenic compound and turning it into a positive like compound for nutrients, and or if not nutrients, just compounds that support the nutrients, that kind of thing. Like it's kind of a great thing, but it's also kind of not. Like every current medication that's on the market roughly right now is going to perform differently. It doesn't do anything anymore. Yeah, that's basically what I did that for, though. It's like anything that might fuck something up is gonna go away, that kind of thing. And I don't mean like inebriation. I mean like some possible like alteration to a given cell and its function in such a way that might ultimately harm and break it down faster. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, like, well, there's a lot more capillaries, a lot more everything throughout the liver, and so there are a lot more different cellular structures and repair structures in that liver. And so they have several, like, series and parallel is a good way to think about it for, like, batteries. So it's like it'll go through a filter, a main filter, and then it'll go through a series, and then it'll go through a parallel of the after that series. So, like, series, like, big, long one, series, and then as it's going through the series, it'll go start parallels to process it better. And if it sees like a given like compound that it really needs to go get rid of, it'll go, oh, switch over to here with those little valve things, and instead, because it'll tense with this muscle fiber, and then it'll switch it over to parallels. Like it'll take a bunch of the parallels and run it through, go through the long thing again, and then go through the series after that. And so it'll go through parallel after the long, and then it'll go through the series, and then it'll do that as many times until it's no longer there. If it gets overwhelmed, it'll let some go into a reservoir, blood reservoir, kind of like the gallbladder kind of situation. So it's like this is effectively just a big sack that's going to hold a bunch of waste, but it's like our stomach has an inner lining of mucus and stuff to try and protect it from the acid. Well, this is another version of like this is a bunch of like reactive compounds that just like try and change it into don't fucking hurt me. You know what I mean? And the cells are built sort of kind of like our kidneys. So they're like strong, like solid, right? But like that means that they don't have osmosis. So it's outside, and what's inside that can't really do anything except for have like this constant excretion of these reactants that don't allow for it to pass through. But then it'll just dump it into like that blood thing area again, but it'll do it like slowly. And those reactants are fine for the liver and the rest of the body. They'll break down pretty easily with our blood into positive antioxidant, nutrient compounds, stuff like that. But then if it got punctured, it could, spill out to the outside. It's still going to reabsorb, but that kind of thing. You don't, generally speaking, want to do anything like that to begin with. But yeah, so if it's a bunch of multiple redundant failure, like fluid areas. So if anything gets blocked, it's just like going to go through that. What if it gets like a hard substance? Oh, the hard substance is great. It'll cover it with a huge like fucking like it'll take lipids and sugars and a couple other things like that, and it'll form it down into like a bunch of little tiny things as much as it can, and it'll dump it into your next bowel movement. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I know that's whatever the fuck that is. I don't want it. Just shit it the fuck out now. I see. Okay, so it'll just shit it out. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a real, like, it'll dump a bunch of water into that, like it'll dump a bunch of water, and then the reactive compounds, and then, like, your next bowel movement will happen pretty soon. Very soon. I'll just tell you, it's coming very soon. Has a very relaxing and then press, so it's like you're gonna cramp and that sphincter is gonna relax. Yeah, if it happens to do that though, it sends a big flood of blood around there and then other juices to try and like repair anything if anything happened. So like if anything were to have been damaged by that, it tries to repair it very quickly. Yeah. How'd you get that one done? It's another bunch of structures, effectively. Once I started getting into muscle fibers, it was like, oh, this is actually kind of fairly easy to make. Okay. Alright, well, okay, yeah, no, sure, fine, fuck it, god damn. Well, I have stem cells, so I just program them with a given type of DNA that expresses and then makes stem cells build and grow over time, so your body will just make it inside of you. I didn't really have to do anything except like slightly alter certain like stem cells to differentiate into given tools. There's cells that will grow and make certain tools until like an embryonic, yeah, until they eventually go, oh, the signature is completely good to go, and then it's completely formed the entire structure, and it no longer needs to grow. It just needs to perform its function. Yeah, exactly like we do, yeah. does it itself. Yeah, it worked out fairly well. The string thing was like, how do I? Yeah, I know. Like, how do I describe that? Yeah, because it's like it's a biological thing. Yeah. It's not like a synthetic string. It's an organic, like, really tough compound. Yeah, but it's like just kind of stretchy enough, right? Yeah, like sinew almost, but like sinew would be a rough way to put that. Really? Yeah, I have to remember what the fuck the animal was, because it's like it wasn't in the ocean. I think it was in like some jungle that I found like some animal that had this thing that it produced itself in its body, specifically during a time period where it needed to do something for mating or like becoming able to mate, that kind of thing. And so it was like, oh, that would be really nice. That'd be great for the fucking like cells, right? Like, works wonderfully, right? So I figured out like kind of the same thing, except the cells have to join that way for your muscles, and they have to like, so when you tense both of them, for your arms, and there'd be like an internal wrap structure. So like that ring would wrap together towards like a compression in the center, and then it would have like several points until like the very outside would also tense, and then you get like the arm movement. So like you'd have a lot finer control, but you still have your standard joints. Like nothing changed on that, right? But now you have a really good fine control. It uses way less energy, and then it ultimately also has a large amount of strength. The bones also changed. For what it was worth, like bones had to change in a different way, because more strength, well, great, needs bones that support that. So like carbon and silicon would get sequestered with oxygen and calcium in a structure that would be standard calcium and then be porous still. It'd still have the bone marrow, but then it'd be hollow, and then it would have ribbing structures that would go through it in several places. That would be those connecting structures for the string and the muscle. So it's like I grew that because it was like it's harder, but it's just as flexible, and it's much stronger. Like, think lightweight composite, kind of gemstone mineral, like people think like carbon nanotube, or it's like silicon carbide, or calcium oxygen can be similar to a sapphire, right? Yeah, well, calcium carbide, silicon carbide structures are not very good and conducive without oxygen. And I can't use aluminum because aluminum is like sapphire, right? Well, depending. Okay. Yeah. Well, the reason why I did that is because it allows for a specific puzzle piecing structure that's very similar to our standard bones, but then it happens to be able to have different types of connections, like with the carbon as top down, forward, back, left, right, right? Yeah, so someone already suggested it. 6 different connections, like the 6 connection diamond. So with calcium and silicon, it would connect 6 different ways with carbon around into like a diamond that has calcium and silicon connections, like to facilitate it to break and repair like a regular cell. Yeah, it's literally what that is. It's like it has little tiny nanocrystals of the hardest diamond, and then calcium and silicon would still be able to repair around it, and then still get like carbon inside of it to make their own versions of their silicon carbide or calcium composite. It's a composite, yeah, but it's like calcium carbide was like super cool for a while, but then it's not super great. But when you add in oxygen, the correct structure and polymerizational structure with silicon and carbon, then you end up getting like a hard compound, but it's more rubbery. It's hard, but it's like it's able to bend. And then you have the nano diamond, and then you have silicon carbide, and then silicon, and then oxygen like sand, but then it has calcium. So it's like it would create a bunch of multiple polymer structures that support one another that would allow for it to be flexible, but very, very hard and very, very able to handle very hard tensile, compressive, and just loads in general as a material. It works really good too for where your joints are. So, like the carbon would work very well with the repair for the cartilage that we had for joints, and then inflammation compounds would get absorbed by the oxygen silicon and oxygen carbon, not carbon, oxygen calcium, that would then work as a filter and then go through the bone marrow and then turn into, which is on the inside, so it's still, they're still hollow, but then like there's still bone marrow there. You still need that, and like that's another reason why those structures connect to each other. So that way, like you have those points where the muscle fibers and strings will come from and support themselves, but also that's a way for that cell stuff to get out. The compounds, blood, your immune system, all that. So like it's more sealed, but it still has porosity and it still allows for itself to be repaired. But then it has a way to come in and come out for blood and everything. And it is hollow. Anyways, point is, it's like the best I could really kind of figure out how to do. But like carbon's kind of an annoying thing. Like other compounds would be better in some aspects. It was just a way to make it lighter, stronger, and be able to repair a lot more easily with a lot less mineral content that I'd have to take in. Like sugar would basically break down into a bunch of carbon that it would dump into the bones as they were doing this conversion. So they're able to handle like, okay, so cartilage joint stuff had to get better. Like they're good, they're really good for what they are, but then they're like, well, you're gonna try and run faster, you're gonna try and jump higher, you're gonna try and do a lot of stuff like that. They need to repair faster, and they need to be better at absorbing impact, and then they need to be even better at repairing. I mean, not repairing, but being slippy, very low friction, for very long periods of time. How did you do that? This one's an organic trick. So, remember the inflammation compounds? They become lubrication. So they'll bind with a given enzyme and a catalyst that's produced like your salivary glands have. And so that's an enzyme, but then like you can use certain catalysts produced because they're right next to bones. So then they'll combine, and then because of course you have heat and pressure, and then they'll form a structure that's very lubricative. Like they'll basically support one another off of their electron orbits. So they basically just won't combine, and so they'll just be really super low friction, right? And they work well with water. They'll dissolve in water, stuff like that. They're not forever. Like they'll break down, especially in the kidneys. Like the kidneys, just salt can really fuck things up if it gets high enough concentration. So like gout became its own kind of like, oh yeah, no, this will just turn into its own version of lubrication but then it also produces a lot of lipids and that break down into a bunch of, yeah, hold your horses on this one. No, they're not compounds you want. Like none of the organs will get them. Like like your blood immediately attaches to this, sort of like the sac that I was talking about, and then they'll take it to get filtered by your kidneys, and you urinate them out. So it's like it's a way to get around that problem because they'll excrete it out. So the compound that's lubricative automatically repulses them out into the blood. Anyways, yeah. So like this lubrication is a whole other story. So I had to figure out what the hell lubrication meant, and like the electron orbit field thing is effectively what that is. You know what I mean? But then it's like, yeah. Turns out it's a little bit more difficult to make that without like certain processes undergoing a change. So like the cartilage was already really good, right? And I needed to make it thicker and more cushiony. So where the joints are, the bone there became soft-ish. They became hollow and spring-like with a diaphragm. And then we'd put a fluid sac there and an air sac. So like that's where your nitrogen would go into usually. And so like that would become a cushion. Now, hydraulic fluid, if you don't know what hydraulic fluid is, it's effectively like a mineral oil often, right? Well, I have minerals, that's the catalyst. And then I have lipids, and then cartilage, and some other stuff, and so it'll create like this poly looking compound that if you were to break it and cleave it right, it'd just break out into looking like a hydraulic fluid. But it's an organic style of hydraulic fluid that will often get broken down over time and then excreted into a bunch of these little smaller compounds that your body doesn't have any use for. Do they do anything to blood or anything? Not really. They don't really do much of anything. They're kind of very neutral. Like they can't be used by cells, at least I haven't seen them used by cells. So that's nice. Because I don't know if they're detrimental or positive. But they're neutral, they don't get used by anything. But that's also a bad thing, because I can't get rid of them for my kidneys. Like my kidneys basically have to filter them and then break them down using the salt, which then the salt turns into like a certain change that binds, and then like that gets urinated out. And it's a wickedly sweet smell. As in like it's a pleasant aroma now. And it's a volatile, so it'll break down really quick under like any kind of heat, any kind of light. And so the only way I've been able to study them is by taking them directly from your blood and then figuring out what the hell is going on for the situation going on in your kidneys. So I'm like, what the fuck does this do? And it's so the kidney, there's no electron flow, none of that. Kidneys use reverse osmosis and like certain sizing of holes and so on, right? So like this seems, because of the salinity, to produce a like change to other compounds it's trying to filter out. So like that's waste material that we're usually talking about, right? And or bacteria that you ate, that kind of like a lot of that, and I'll add it and then I'll cleave it and then I'll produce like this like enzyme protein combined structure that looks like a weird kind of double ball system kind of thing. No, the other one is not a long. I get it, like a dick and balls. No, No, that doesn't happen. So no. Okay, I get it though. But it's like this produces a weird like frayed ribbon that has like a sort of curve to it, like a sickle almost. So it's like a bunch of tassels that are connected together, and then it curves on one end. I have no idea what that is. Uh, yeah, I actually don't know. But it'll combine and then it'll wrap around that ball, and then it's just like a pill-looking shape type thing that will break down really rapidly the moment it touches any kind of like bigger heat, water that's you got light around it, that kind of thing. Like it'll break down really well, easily, very quick into organic like compounds that are known to be pleasant for us. So like they're not pheromones, right? They're genuine organic smells, but like they're similar to like sugarish, sex. Um, yeah, I know. Haha, I get it. But still, it does that. And then like other floral, vanilla. There's some chocolate. Like a lot of that. Like it depends on ultimately what's around and how it breaks down, because it's fairly volatile. And so like a lot of those are just now those types of compounds that you smell from your urine. It doesn't taste. I mean, it shouldn't taste any different. I never tried, but like it doesn't taste any different. Shouldn't anyways. Sort of smells a lot different than any normal urine. Like you'd be like, are you? Do you have like diabetes or like what's going on? You know what I mean? Like you'd be like that. Yeah, it's like it's a little bit sweet. It's a very pleasant, savory, sweet that has a lot of other like complexities to it. Yeah, yeah. Don't know what to tell people on that one. I know, right? Yeah, it's like yeah. Smells different though. Yeah, no, it's always produced. Like your cartilage is always producing this stuff. So effectively, your urine's always going to smell to varying degrees like this. Like significant activity can increase its degree of smell, but it's always going to smell that way. Ah, but like fecal matter, is it different or anything? Uh, Not really. It's a bunch. Yeah, no. I mean, like you eat food, right? But it's still gonna break. I didn't really change much of that. It still works really well. You know what I mean? I just repair it really well. Yeah, that's all I really do. It repairs really well, and then it takes, certain compounds. So the intestinal wall like has certain hole sizes, stuff like that. Well, I was able to get the repair function in there. That's really all I wanted. But then it's like, all right, so but if I make those reactive, like antioxidant stress reactive, that kind of thing, like as part of the juice, and then it's like, well, it reacts with any negative carcinogenic, but then it like takes any of the positive antioxidant nutrients and it'll try and convert what's in there into the nutrients you're looking for, but it still smells like shit. Shit still smells like shit. So I never really got around that. For the most part, it's like kind of difficult too. There are a lot of different compounds that are all just going to break down with decay and various organic processes that are going to smell like that. So no real way to get around that. So that's kind of what that turned into. It's what it is. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I was focused on longevity. So it's like this was just nutrient, and this is just like repair, and lots of good oxygen and survival for a very long period of time should anything not be there for a while. Right? That's all I really ever did on the bio longevity hacking stuff. Okay? So, you know how, like, Deadpool has, like, apparently, like, stem cells or whatever around him? I got sort of a bit of a, version of the same thing, where it's like there's a lot of stem cells around with a lot of nutrients that are held around that are constantly produced, and the blood and everything else got made to, yeah, I'm gonna pee. So it's like a lot of the blood got made to produce, and the bone marrow and everything, better, more nutrient-rich repairing compounds and seeking out anything that might not be functioning correctly. Types of things. Yeah, actually, that's kind of true. The immune system, after a while, I was able to include a given type of Cas9. So it would go after it, and then it would change certain things if it had seen in its repair function anything that indicated it should ultimately change its DNA in a given area and release that compound during that. You keep saying compound. It's a protein. It's protein structures, effectively. It apparently already exists in nature. That, like, little repair immune system thing. Like, there are a couple of different species of insects and a couple of different species of marine and only few invertebrates that I'm aware of. Like, fungus was like one of the better ones, for what it's worth, that I ended up discovering. That has a version of that goes on, which was way better, for what it's worth, than most of the other ones that I found. So I would honestly end up just using, stuff from nature I found, and then I'd alter it over time to work with given cellular structures I already had, or compounds that I was already aware of. So think petri dish, but brute force petri dish. So like a petri dish would be separated into a bunch of multiple little sections that I'd be running micro little experiments, and thousands of them at once with given variable changes over periods of time. That would be an automated system that would track and then plot it on a given data graph sheet, kind of like Microsoft Excel, except I needed better data over time and how it ultimately affected things. And so I'd run what is the equivalent, in a lot of ways, of the entire human body in a given bioreactor and a petri dish that would go from one to another to another to another to another to another to another for compounds and so on, and how they would work together for the given changes. So it had thousands of those running at any given time. But luckily, for what it's worth, because they're pretty darn small. Yes, thank you, Phaser. And one singular petri dish, layered correctly with the right thickness, could run effectively an entire either human body to more like given sections of a human body that I was able to stack and use. So those thousands of like cabinets for bioreactors were really actually billions of different tests that I would brute force aggregated data, averages, that I would have alterations that I would first look at as if it was feasible, or if it was even something that would work with that given instruction set and field and protein structure stuff. The only big issue was making each cabinet effectively get filled, because I had to make all of the little sets of that stuff Yeah, I know. Yeah, like every one of them had to be prepared by a machine instead of a person. And even that machine, I had to have quite a few of those machines that would automatically set them up, put them together, put them in the right place, and then I'd have to do a lot of those all at once. Now, none of them are thinking or getting in it. It's just like testing nutrient input and then changes for DNA, protein compound, blood, all that stuff. So I brute forced the shit out of it, but I started with like already aggregated data that then I averaged out for given changes in certain sections before, at the section, and after, and a little bit further before and a little bit after the after. So that way I could then see just how significant or detrimental or positive I. Yes, Phaser, I know. All of it would work. And then it's billions that I'm testing at a given time, and it can take like a few weeks to go through a few billion. And then I have to sort that data, which luckily it automatically goes through a series of tests. So I built machines before I even made any of that to then automatically test and detect and sense what the output and given functions of what was going on were, so that way I could then over time continuously have both carcinogenic or positive. Thank you, Phaser. All right, Phaser, you want to get it? You want to get it? Huh? Good. Oh, it's over there now. Didn't even try. He had zoomies. He had the zoomies earlier. Anyways, it means that before it starts, then when it starts, then as it's going through, and then when it ends, and then how long and what happened after the end. That's what I'd be testing, and I'd have billions of given variables that it would change with consistence that I would be testing for. Right? So I'd have, like, think, let's say it was me and my DNA. Well, if I wanted to change this, then I'd have this DNA consistent, or this given cell or whatever that's consistent, but I'd have this given alteration for that, right? And so it had billions of that for my one individual person thing. Oh, yeah. So it's like, it's consistent stuff, right? But it's like, you can learn a lot from even having one person have the alteration happen, because like from then the average, remember the aggregate average data from others, then becomes helpful to being able to know what that change for this, for the average of similarity up to 80, at that 80% and higher, will ultimately give you. And so once you get past a certain point, then you have to do, for other things. But what I found was I was able to hone into things that I could really actually do, and other things that I had to basically build a network of different like cells next to cells to make the whole thing work. If I wanted to have like other things that I was looking to have happen work the way that their stuff works, but still be something that's positive for us. And after a while, it's like, I have to not test for one singular person. It's just one constant, right? Right. So it's like I figured out, given categories and specifications and details of people with certain detriments to certain, we want to get like certain things changed, or diseases, disorders, to strengthening, different genes, so on, that kind of thing. And so I then was able to brute force that after a few months, if I'm being honest. It took like a solid half a year to get to the point where I had achieved a 92% 92 to 97% of the entire population at the given time as a constant DNA, that I had ultimately this that would be successful with. You did not. I was like, well, that's exactly how I did that. So why don't we test an experiment and do that? Yeah, okay. But the best part is, the body does its own job here. So none of its excess stem cells from somewhere else. Your body makes your own stem cells. All legal within the current United States law in all 50 states. So that's something. Yeah. Anyways, where was I going with this? Right, like the fucking stupid. The nutrient network structure repair thing, kind of like the fungus stuff that I was talking about. Yeah, that's signaling. So it's like the skin that I had that's underneath is supposed to help prevent like bigger, types of cuts and whatnot, and piercing, kind of like it's like an Under Armour. Yeah. Well, it worked really well, but I need to have sensation and information come through. So like that's what that was. So like the fungus happens to have a given amount of receptor and then increase of potentiation of electronic and field signal to given nerves. So the nerves just work just fine. And you still have touch sensation and everything else. Oh, and you still feel just as soft, plushy as ever. But, okay, so the caveat to this one was you can't produce past a certain point of fat. You'll still be able to get obese, but you can't go to super obese. The repair thing turned it into like, we're going to eat the shit out of that, and then we'll just replace all of those given cells with fresh new ones. And then the old cells, which can sometimes be straight brand new stem cells, then get peed out and shit out, and they're destroyed in the process. And it's not a pleasant smell. It's like literal death and decay. Too fat now. Yeah, but that repair, like, remember like the Deadpool for the stem cells around it? That's the signaling thing. And it has to have like a bunch of fat that's able to help support it, which then also happens to need those stem cells like we have that are fat that they can be turned into. So like, that's effectively what it is. It's like Deadpool version, except without like the cancer and Freddy Krueger-ish kind of face. Yeah, it's a thing. That's nice and all, but don't you want a Freddy Krueger face? Some people do. It's up to you. Truthfully, that's what that really turned into for me. I never really gave a shit. It was like, you can do whatever the hell you want. You have your standard muscle fibers. They're more cephalopod combo heart combo regular muscle fibers. Like, we took yours, we added in heart muscle, and then we added in cephalopod. They're more pliable, flexible, repairable, and they use less energy, and they last a hell of a lot longer before they'll ever have issues. They don't tear the same kind of way, and so you can't get ginormous, ridiculous sized muscles, which is actually fine, because past a certain point it's actually bad. It's kind of like the obese thing. Yeah. You still get big muscles. it's actually really easy to maintain good weight. Because, like, you practically never feel like you need to eat. You eat because it's pleasurable, not because you need to. Most often, I mean, you do need to, kind of. What does that mean? Well, so, like, lizards, snakes can take months, days, weeks before they have to eat again. So it's sort of a similar setup, situation thing, yeah. But it's like, yeah, you drink water, you can eat, and you poop, same thing. It'll just work better, a little faster, like that kind of thing. Like, you eat, you'll repair faster. You drink water, you'll repair faster, or you'll be able to run longer, you'll be able to have more energy. Like, you can sustain for a really long time from that without even having to sit still. But also, it takes, energy reserves, yeah. So it's like, you can take in heat from sunlight, and that'll help with that mitochondria stuff for that cellular function for a while. So if you go off into the sun, like, you can actually get a little bit more, energy out of that than if you stay indoors. Whole thing, effectively, yeah. It'll go for a long time. Your body. Like, it can go months without food if you really wanted it to, and that's if you were doing, like, genuine, just everyday activity. But not, like, running a marathon every day or anything like that. So, but you have a ridiculous amount of strength and a very huge amount of repair, and then on top of it, your body's really strong. Like, your skin, I changed a little bit, specifically so that way, while it's still soft, it's a lot more difficult for someone to stab through or claw and scratch in such a way that will be extraordinarily deadly. Not just the Under Armour, the skin itself, or the regular derma, although that's because of a calcium silicon combo that starts existing in the cells as it then comes out and then dies. Like, the cell dies, and so instead of silicon carbide is black. And I'm like, there's a lot more than just that's there that happens to be the reason why that's a thing. So, you're the color that your melanin gives you, and your race that you want, still normal. Yeah, so the only real change is if you could see IR, then you'd be able to notice that we have a different IR signature. It's a longer wavelength. That's all that would turn into, yeah. But your skin's harder. It's a hydrostatic, like, non-Newtonian fluid thing, or the silicon carbide. Wait, yeah, it exists with the cell structure, but then for the cell membrane thing, and then also inside. And then when it gets hit and pressed, it then has a sudden stiffness, and then it binds effectively to itself temporarily, and then it will unbind. It's a pressure signaler. Like, if it really quickly, then it'll do that. And I mean really quickly in the sense that it would have broken that skin deep. Like, sex is fine. Patting each other on the back, fine, all that stuff. But it's like, you punch someone, all of a sudden it'll become rigid throughout more of the area, and it's a lot harder for it to break. So, that's all that turned into. Those are your longevity hacking. Like, you're very difficult to kill. Oh, you can stop a fucking 50 cal. Yeah, I didn't talk about that, but, like, yeah, your body fully can handle 50 caliber rounds. Like, your bones are flexible enough and hard enough that, like, with that Under Armour and then the skin, it effectively doesn't allow for a lot of that energy to be transferred the way you would think. It gets harder and harder, like water, the faster it goes and the heavier the thing is. So it'll shatter it and then spread it around. You'll get a couple of scrapes and scuffs, and then it'll go back to being pliable. No, it's automatic. You don't have to tense or anything. There's a point where you start breaking though, so it's not gonna work like forever. So no, I was just gonna say that it's like because he jumped in and said you can stop this, and it's like yeah, no, it's true, you can. Yeah, no, okay, so you're very biologically immortal. You can get hit by a car and just be fine. You can be stabbed, and that knife is probably gonna break instead. No, you can still scalp someone. It's just slower, or scalpel, cut for surgery. That thing. You can still give them injections or take their blood, that kind of thing. Which you kind of want, yeah. No, I know you need that. So, right. But if we slowly press the knife in, see, it's gonna puncture a certain point. And then once that does that, the Under Armour, the tensing starts happening, and then it'll turn into that non-Newtonian in a different way. So it's like it tenses, and then it creates this like really hard kind of barrier, sort of, that's rough. Instead of like, it's just automatic when it's really fast, it's rough. But it's like, that's not going to be the same as like when surgery. So it's like someone's trying to go and really kill you, basically, right? So you have to be delicate and slow and take your time, and you can get it done. Or you can use lasers, or you can use vibrational methods, sort of stuff, if you needed to get in there. Works just fine. But a person with a knife would have a very hard time being that methodically slow to try and stab someone. Because, like, you're cutting versus penetrating. Right. Okay. Well, that's nice. Yeah, it's really longevity stuff. You also brute forced our entire fucking body and DNA and everything. It didn't take very long to come up with this after I got a basic kind of idea of how this works. You can tell us why we didn't think about this. A little. It's a bit weird that you didn't. Like, what? It doesn't seem that hard. Like, I know I'm smart and stuff, but it doesn't seem like that level of something. Yeah, okay, it is though. That's the thing. Like, you don't really know like how insanely vast big brain that is and was. Okay. I can believe it, but still, it's like, it's a work kind of in progress, if I'm being honest. There's still, like, figuring out other supportive structures, cellular structures, synthetic organic combos that ultimately make a better, tougher, stronger, harder type of, like, to kill thing. So, like, remember the bone? Yeah, it's around the skull, but it means that you can't influence it the way that you used to. You can still use ultrasonic and you can't really use many other wavelengths outside of like gamma and X-ray to scan inside of it now. Which is kind of rough. Like electromagnetic, it's basically in a Faraday cage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, the Duramatter was another version of the same thing. It's like effectively a version of I'm a chemical compound making Faraday cage thing that's supposed to just like make a bunch of stem cells for the brain. Yeah. Wait, really? That's all it's for? Well, I mean, it does. There's other things. It's still Dura matter, right? But like, yeah, that, yeah, yeah, it does do that. Yeah, hair is still the same. Well, yeah, ish. It's less prone to fraying. It has the so keratin like comes from your skin, right? Right. It says it has a silicon dioxide, carbide, calcium. Oh, does it have that? Some of it's in there, yeah. No, most of it turns into other things though. Like what? Nanodiamond. Wait, what? Yeah, you produce mostly nanodiamond with the keratin and other stuff that's there. So it creates like a metamaterial, hair and nails. Still looks very much the same, right? Because yeah, like hair in terms of how it gets its color and whatnot, shape, still very similar. But like it's I wouldn't notice much of a difference. If you were curly hair, it's like slightly less curly. You know what I mean? Like it's that's kind of what that would be. Yeah, you wouldn't really be able to know, right? Yeah, but it's like you can wash it the same as normal. It'll break down except for the fucking diamond. Shit's really hard. You know, same thing with the silicon carbide. Yeah, it's a really hard compound now. Yeah, so but like oh, yeah, your hair grows differently. You know, we have to cut our hair. I was waiting for someone to say it. It shears. So you know how like glass will snap, and so like when you start like with a pinch, and then it'll shear, it'll break off like that. So a little bit of pinch, and then comes right off. So it still cuts normally. Still looks pretty normal. It's stronger. It blocks most sunlight. Really? I mean, like, X-ray is slightly reflected. That's something. Um, Microwave and IR are also kind of another version, but like other stuff can get through. What's it's kind of a shit show for in terms of like it's really a good idea to put it in the trash or something because it's a bunch of diamond dust effectively and silicon carbide dust. Yeah. Like don't ever just put it down the drain and you're going to go through your hair clippers and stuff faster. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know. Well, that's the best part. It feels silky smooth and all that other stuff for a really long time. Alright, so it's really nice on that end. Yeah. No, it's nice. Well, no, I didn't do anything. I can't do it. Well, I can. I did it for myself. But it's like I got rid of hair follicles for armpit and pubic and anus, you know, anal, that kind of pelvic floor stuff, too. Because, like, I hate hair there. So, like, I removed that for myself. And you can do that, but, like, it's up to you. I can just literally have you regrow hair follicles anywhere as any kind of type of hair follicle. But, you know, then they go through the I'm a baby stage, and then eventually I'll go bald again. So you have to repair them in a different way, which is a whole treatment that you have to do. Oh, I know, right? You know, like, it takes like 30, 40, 50 fucking years. Yeah, like however long it took for you to go bald, like that's how long it's gonna take. Again, yeah. They're harder hairs. Yeah, no, they're still soft. They're still, you know, the same thinness, all that. But it's like, Yeah, there are harder hair for sure. Yeah, that's like the one caveat. Yeah, like you can't use what's it called? MRIs. MRIs are actually kind of shit. Like it's in a Faraday cage, and then the hair itself is going to, because it's a bunch of wires, and if they're tangled the right way or any of that, they'll make electricity. Like real strong zaps. Let's put it that way. They're not ferroelectric, but they'll make electricity, which is like kind of rough. So like MRIs are out. Yeah, like scanning the body is different. Like everything about the body is different now on that end. Yeah. Most of it turned into that, yeah, fiber optic, like little sneaking fiber optic lines through things to like the vibration stuff, and then like using Doppler shift light that it collects. So it's like as it vibrates things, your body produces an IR, and so it'll just use that IR collection, and then it'll shine a little bit in towards it. For, anyways, it's just trying to collect light to be able to see inside the body. Yeah. He wants to know if it's IR. There's some IR there. Yeah, just go away. Jeez. Alright, and I don't really want to tell people how to make that thing. Mostly because it can be turned pretty quickly into a laser that hurts people. So, don't really want to make that something that people can easily turn into something that hurts others. That kind of thing. Is that how they cut into people? No. No, you can't do it with that. But, like, you wouldn't need to. The vast majority of the time, the body's good to go. Like, I've seen people fucking jump out of airplanes and land onto the ground. No parachute stuff. And still be able to walk away from that. Now, don't get me wrong, there's brain damage stuff that happened. Yeah. There's hydrostatic shock stuff that tries to get absorbed. Sure. You know, there's damage, right, internally, but it repairs and you're still alive. So, like, you'll get it done, you know, you'll get back up eventually. They usually like to try and pretend that they can get back up really soon afterwards, but almost every one of them that's done it, and by almost I mean every one of them that's ever done it, has landed in something that's going to slow them down over time. Just like anyone else that's ever survived, they're just a little bit more hardcore about it. It's like, look, I'm a stunt devil. I'm like, yeah, you're also breaking your body for no reason. Yeah. Meanwhile, they're going to the ER afterwards anyways. But you know what I mean? What am I going to do? Just fucking, literally that. That's my feeling. I'm like, oh, nice, you jumped out of a fucking plane. Were you suicidal? You know, that used to be a thing. Damn bastards. Yeah. Meanwhile, you have to deal with shit himself, bladder burst things. You know, they have to fucking repair some fucking stupid cell area. Yeah. It's like, no, I'm still alive. Yeah, I'm sure. And the endorphin fucking rush was something, right? Yeah, yeah, if there's enough damage, the body will turn off pain signal circuits from the nerves with like that endorphin, and then like the I have to repair stuff, cell stuff. So it's like, oh, there's enough damage that everything kind of needs to be repaired, and there must be a huge survival situation. Which now means you aren't gonna get these signals for pain, but like you are really very much in pain right now. You would for sure have been deadified from pain. Yeah. The heart can still beat too fast. All of it can still beat too fast. Yeah. Like, for real. Not to mention there's the fucking brain damage, which they have to slowly heal from. Yeah. I know. Just because it'll repair and you can live doesn't mean it's a good idea. I hate that. I know. What's our healthcare system coming to? Right? Yeah, no, we have to deal with fucking jokesters that want to jump off of fucking building to not have to do something or whatever. Yeah. No, because that's what the criminal kind of problem turned into. It's like I'll run from police after, yeah, and then I'll just jump out of a building. And I'll claim I was suicidal. Yeah. I'm actually pissed off at them. Yeah. No, they already have to deal with it now. It's just even worse because it's like, hey, are you really going to go to a person that now is definitely physically and mentally disabled for a pretty long time? We're talking like up to a year to repair that shit. No, they'll be alive and awake and be able to talk and annoy the shit out of you. But they can't really walk, or at least they really shouldn't. Yeah. They still try. No, I'm well aware that they do that. I actually get really pissed off at it because the whole point was for you to live for really significant things, right? And they abuse that significantly. It's like, no, I'll just keep, I'm not, I don't know. And it's like, no, I know you know. Yeah, I know. Especially since the endorphin thing is gone. And if we didn't give you the medicine they were giving you, you'd be in a lot more pain. And that's generally speaking how they fucking get people to stop trying. Like, the moment they try one time, it's like, hey, we're going to lower your meds. Yeah. What? What? Ah! So much more pain. You should be. You shouldn't even be walking. Literally, you have several places of broken femurs here, you fucker. No, I mean, yeah, because you have to reach in and then get to their bone and put it back into place. And you have to do that. Like, you actually have to go cut them and then rip it and then put it back. And then, like, effectively, yeah, glue it. Yeah. It's like, don't fucking open that glue. The whole thing can get repaired that way. You have a glue. Yeah, it's a bio glue, effectively. Yeah, I know that sounds stupid, but it's effectively what it is. It's a protein amino acid binding glue that will just get eaten away by the immune system trying to repair. And it's good under your blood and all that, so no, it'll stick itself. Yeah, it'll dry itself thanks to blood, air, or inside the body. Like, you just leave it there and it'll dry and bind, but it's very much able to be broken. So you shouldn't be able to do anything. But people are like, no, I can still do stuff. And it's like, you can't even really put weight on this. Like, if you moved your hand too fast, you're going to have it break. Yeah. That's literally what that is. Yeah. It's like, and the bones take a while to heal, and you're going to have to eat a lot. And they effectively just dump bags of nutrients into your blood. Really? Still takes a year. But within about a month, they can go to jail. Ugh. Guess whose brittle bone get punched guy and ends up being a fucking bunch of toothpicks that break into the house of cards falling in jail. Guys, don't touch me. I'm really fucking, like, brittle. Delicate right now. Like, fucking damn you, bitch. No, yeah, no, it's a whole thing. I would genuinely just not think about that, like, kind of part, because it's not lore reality. It's like, that's a whole complex for how they would ultimately want this to be a thing. I'm guessing they would make it so you couldn't have that biological immortality if you got to a certain point of, yeah, crime done. which means it's like then you have an actual lifetime, normal human lifetime span, and you'll age again, and you'll get creaky and old, and they'll give you healthcare and stuff, right? Oh God, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, it's like it works well. It's just, yeah, it was meant for faster or non-faster and light space travel. Like that's all it was meant for. Like that's what we started the whole conversation with, and so let's bring it back to that. And so it's like this is to make it so that way we can just fly our little rockets all the way to some other fucking place. All right, I have no guarantee you won't try and kill each other by the time you get there. So I often have big ass ginormous rocket ships and spaceship designs. You know that you could 3D print into space first, because I have 3D printers, space 3D printers for that. And then I have, no, it definitely works. I'd prefer it if you didn't try and talk to me. Yeah, I know he has several of them on his YouTube channel that work just fine. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. Just believe the guy instead of challenging every single version of anything he says. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't really care, man. Fine, whatever. But it's like, okay, so let's say that was the spaceship that you're in. It's a big boy one, and you have your entertainment and all that. You can have thousands, hundreds of thousands to billions, depending on the size that we're talking about. So, you just want to go over there. Why not? What's the harm? Oh yeah, no, obviously, I talked about literally my audio blog, my game development. I got guns, I got spaceship, I got fucking plasma laser, I got like lots of shit, bro. Yeah. Right, well, okay, but could... Yeah. So why don't we just go over there? I mean, our standard stuff. Let's do that maybe, anything? No, not doing that? Okay. I'm actually pissed about that. Most of us are, actually, yeah. Like, most people that are like, you know what, conspiracy or no, let's just, like, go do the thing. Let's do that. Like, why don't we go do that thing at all? Okay, but, like... I know, that one's rough. Right. Because it's like, why wouldn't we do it? And it's like, I don't have a reason, I just, kind of dislike you. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't go over to other solar systems or galaxies, try and colonize other planets, like that kind of thing, right? Right, yeah. But, like, yeah, okay, but screw whatever the fucking government has. I want them in every way to have all of them release everything. But still, this is still a way to go and get that done. You know what I mean? Like, what's the harm in that? Like, we already want to do it anyways. So, and then the bioreactor is a whole other fucking thing. So, like, you can make little micro, environments. Remember that? Yeah, and like little jars. Same thing. Like terrariums. So same thing with the bioreactor. If you make a bunch of bioreactors, you have basically a terrarium that then creates more electricity, but mostly because you're getting extra light and hydrogen from the surrounding nebula, gases, and stars, right? And so that means some of that gets turned into a plasma and accelerated out. It's just a standard ionic. Well, ionic would be slow, and I don't like that. You have a much higher mass content than that. But like, yeah. Oh, like hydrogen plasma. Yeah, yeah, no, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just like the faster you go, the more efficient it becomes because you're ramming it in, and then like you have a way of being able to accelerate it in a different like laser oscillative tube that has charge field like a railgun, and then like you can compress it into the nozzle from like your forward direction, and then you can get it out the bell end as a plasma. Then you'll still just have like, collected a degree of that heat along the way. It's mostly just about that light that helps the whole process out. Yeah, because like we're just using electricity to a really good, efficient way to help propel us. Yeah, it's not fashion light. That's not my fashion light one. So, right. Oh, but it sustains itself for way longer than a nuclear or fusion reactor. Depending on the fusion and how you set up that given engine, but definitely nuclear because 32 years is small chunk change compared to this bioreactor. Yeah, 1G acceleration. It depends. You can sustain it for a really long time. It does depend quite a bit. It's very heavily determined by your already going, velocity. So like your current velocity and your acceleration to the given gas density, along with like how many times you try and loop around Jupiter, Saturn, that kind of thing, to pick up more gas and keep accelerating into longer ellipticals until you eventually get out. So like I could get to Sirius B probably within about 10 years, 10, 12 years, something like that. Oh, it's a constant plasma rocket engine. It's going to accelerate a lot of mass for a long time, pretty darn fast, uh, in the 99% range of speed of light, given that kind of technique of capturing and sending it, and then you're going to also have to turn it into a plasma during that. So the faster it goes, it gets more and more efficient at doing that. And then like you're going to gather more electricity, and so then that gets dumped into having already their heat, which those become like its own version of a cable for that plasma. And so then that's a Z pinch as it goes through, and you run current through, and then that also creates a light that you can then reflect and then use as laser light, and you can add it in from the star, so it like builds up like a Stirling engine, and then after enough given rotations, gravitational assists, and then scoops of extra hydrogen along the way, you're then able to build up enough heat and electricity, like a capacitor, battery bank, for the terrarium that sustains it like a bigger generator to that whole thing. And then it's point the right direction and make sure you have the right speed to be able to get that efficiency and maintain a decent degree of acceleration until you have to decelerate. So it's like you'll be able to keep burning for a while, but eventually you'll have to turn that off, and then that turns into wings, so that you have to capture light somewhere. So it's like instead of IR emittance, you actually have light capture, solar, but solar's not super great. So particle accelerators get really, really good, except you can't use. So particles are anything, atoms are anything. So it's like as they go and hit something, they can produce a kinetic thermal, which can elicit light. And so that's effectively what we're doing. It's like going to hit something, it's going to create a degree of fusion-ish, possible fissile-ish. These are big old wings effectively to just capture, and then they still have like standard shielded solar, that kind of thing, for the terrarium to capture light and heat to keep going through its reactive terrarium phase to still produce excess electricity for the biological processes going on, right? Now, it'll do that for a really long time. How long? It's a generator that can last longer than longer than 100 years. So, okay, wait. Yeah, as if it didn't have like a continuational heat and light, it'd be able to last for a long time. But that's just because one feeds into another, which feeds into another, but eventually it'll get cold. Eventually it won't be able to continue functioning. So, as long as it has light, it can start to repair itself, put more energy into repair, and then it can breathe new life back into itself. Right. Anyways, that turns around and it gets closer to a star, becomes kind of like a solar cell to help slow it down, but it's mostly just to try and get more heat and light to start the repair process, but also capture more of the gases to help funnel, and instead of like we're going to suck it in ram air, we're going to do a Peltier where it goes in one side, and we're going to redirect it in towards where the exhaust gases for that bell end is. Now, it works. It's not going to be as fast as before. That's really the only difference. It's still got a lot of mass, and it's fine. For what it's worth, it's like it'll work, it's fine, it'll slow down, kind of thing. Especially if along the way we ultimately can get information back that showcases a given planet that we can try and gravitationally get into as an orbit or slow down, so we don't have to use as much of that rocket fuel at that point to slow our delta V down. Instead, we can do a more efficient slowdown before curve, do an inclination change, change into a vertical that we then slow down over back into an orbit. That kind of thing. Can we get that information back? Remember that light stuff I talked about for detecting? Yeah. Yeah, it's effectively that. So that exhaust turns into a given light because it's a plasma, right? Well, if I also have lasers that are a certain wavelength, then I have the ability to pulse them and then reflect them inwards and outwards, so I can maintain a good focus beam towards Earth that has a great signal integrity. I just have to make sure that the planets and everything in between where the Earth is as accounted for as we can account for, and then that's like a filter, and if I shine a given light that direction, our own lasers, it then constructively interferes and destructively interferes with interference, and so it'll create like that again type of resonance. It's more of a amplification beam at that point, a focusing amplification beam of lasers that gathers that information. It's still light travel, so 5 years from Sirius would take that amount of time for it to get to us. So it's like we'd start immediately dumping all that information, and it'd just get longer and longer and longer, but we'd have great bandwidth, so huge data streams. Yeah, but like it still takes that amount of time. And so what I learned was if I resonate and constructively interfere with light the right way, I can ultimately have it collapse as a superpositional polarized light that travels faster, like it turned it into a solid light. It's not, but like it then will travel through the light faster and then change a given entanglement of light as a qubit that gives us information to our detector. So it's faster than light communication using light. That has to be beam focused the right way. Yeah. And there's a given signal integrity that we have to maintain for that to be worthwhile and something we could do. Okay. Do we still have high bandwidth? Massive bandwidth, massive speeds, but things can be, like with Wi-Fi, distorted, lost. So you have to give multiple bytes and then have it come back. So do any of us, oh, you do? You know about what the superposition polarity, okay. Then apparently that would work. I know. I've been testing it for a while in my head for nerves, specifically. Oh, for biological. Yeah. Oh. As a potentiation, field potentiation. So it's like, well, the nerve would then be able to send it as a entanglement field potentiation to given areas much faster directly to the brain. Right. And it can still bend along the tube. So, a good way to put it is there'd be multiple lasers with multiple different lensing and multiple different phasing, constructive and destructive. And then it's like, then it has to go down for superpositional polarization, then it has to go back up, then it has to go over, and it has to curve, and then it has to break out into a quantum slot experiment, and then quantum slot experiment turns back into the superpositional polarization. And it has to be phased all correctly and resonated all correctly. It's going to be traveling, so you have to account for the redshift over distance. Right. No, at different segments, not just because it's traveling away, and we're also spinning and all that. We also have to have, in that given tube system, we have to maintain a given constant distance that is having different changes throughout the given tube, which is another reason why, like, that's a pulse forward and backward, that we then have to also have that resonate with our given entanglement profile for our sensor detector laser antenna phasing array thing. Oh, it's faster than light though. For sure, it's definitely faster than light. But it's like, yeah, but it changes a given information inside of a tube that we have to always kind of maintain. If we break contact, then basically we lose that information. It takes a while to reestablish it. It's not too hard to do, though. No, because if you have the known value of what was before and what's expected, then you can start up pretty quickly afterwards. Right, but it's like Wi-Fi. You lost the signal, but then you gain the signal back. Okay, but it's faster than light. Oh, yeah, quite a bit faster. It's practically real time. It's a few milliseconds at 5 to 500 so 5 to 500 light years. Past 500 light years, it goes up to about 10 milliseconds. Still takes time to travel and do these things. So as a result, like, it takes longer and longer, the further and further. It's still faster than light, but, like, you know, a better signal hopper will do you a lot better in between every single time, like a Wi-Fi hopper. Yeah, but it's now light entanglement Wi-Fi hoppy thing. Yeah. No shade, but that's effectively what I'm doing. It's like I maintain a beam focus that happens to become like a resonative entangle tube thing. So 12 years, huh? Yeah. Yeah, no, that one's fine. I figured 12 years is fine for most people to get to, like, it's 5 light years away, so it's like, it's gonna accelerate pretty freaking fast to the point where it's at near light speed, and then it can't really accelerate much more. Right, so it's just gonna maintain the terrarium, and then build up more and more, and cool off, and condense hydrogen for it to do its re-entry and into orbit burn stuff over at Sirius B. Or any maintenance. Yeah, because like it can slow down, yeah. At that speed, right? Yeah. So, actually, you're good at that. It's, I'm out of here. Yeah, down the rabbit hole you go on that one, right? I know. God. Eventually end up at a point where it's like, so I can see why they stole all of his shit, and he definitely like had many people do that to him. And the government would be involved, corporations would be involved, there'd be other influencers involved. I can see how that happens. I might know things that we don't. Yeah. But I'm sure you know some things that I don't. I mean, you're right. You're doing that. Can you please tell them? And it's like, yeah, no, I'm sure that they do. I'm just really good at what this is. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, yeah. Alright. It's a thing where people will get really angry and feel as though I believe I'm better than them, but I don't. So they need me to basically tell them it's like, I also know that you're really good at what you do, I'm just really good at this. Right? And I don't want you to, like, fall down that path of decision making tree skills for your neural networks. Right. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, okay, so, alright. To be maintained. Just being honest. Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, I've gotten into a habit of talking to people that constantly bash me, challenge me and more, and tell me I can't do something, that kind of thing. And so when you kind of just listen and I tell you, because you apparently don't want to go deeper into my YouTube channel to actually listen to all of that beforehand, and then you want to challenge me now, and it's like, well, actually, wait, you changed your mind, so hey, thank you, but like, kind of a dick. Kind of a dick. Yeah. It's your perspective. Yep, mine. Still though, you definitely know things I don't, but it, you know, is also the same way with me, so I don't really see why that's a bad thing. Yeah. Right. No, well, I mean, that's one of them for the bioreactor thing. I have an intergalactic fusion rocket that's, I've already talked about it several times, but like, that one's super duper fucking stupid dangerous. And I would never recommend anyone ever actually use it. The only one test I ever had for a future where like we ever actually built the fucker and ran it was where it was like behind the moon. We then, started it up and then released it. And it comes out as Olympic-sized swimming pool levels of mass every second of iron plasma, mostly iron plasma. It's like 7% iron plasma. But it fuses up to that. It starts with hydrogen. It's in my YouTube Creative Ideas. There's quite a few different ones there. The basic premise is easy to understand. There's a tube. There's rings around the tube. Well, along the length. And they're like a double helix. So like helical, and then is a double helix. So there's 4 of them. They pulse correctly to then ultimately start a little bit of fusion where the X's of the helicals, that then sends it into the tube, and then that is also pulsed correctly to then try and fire it forward towards where the bell end is, and then that gets wrapped around back towards where the X is. So like until it gets to a certain built up pressure, it won't release it, but then like that little wraparound area is just a parabolic spike, kind of like another tokamak, curvature. That'll open up a little bit, and then the core is the hottest, densest iron, and then the bell end is, another bell end with like those little. Anyways, it's got its own accelerated thing, and it makes a little donut ring of plasma that it squeezes through using a little bit of the other plasma that is trying to push back towards that X. So then once it maintains its certain heat and pressure, we just feed it consistent hydrogen. It's hot enough to then fuse, and it becomes easier and easier to just basically maintain that. But then that other plasma that gets pushed into where that nozzle is, and then the bell end is, between the hottest one that tries to go straight through, go faster, it'll then wrap around with that other one, sustain itself, and then it bleeds out through the bell end. And then there's an arrow spike there that has some stators that connect it. It's hollow. It's like a teardrop now that has a big long tail, and then it allows for a big long bell end. And then it's another version of electromagnetic and some light. So light reflectance and laser light to help make it travel a given direction, more straight line. And it captures most of it as speed, but it comes out at 99 point, and then there's 10 to the 32 nines percent the speed of light. That's the basic premise. I go further into detail about how all of that is going to work. So, but I still want to do it now because I'm tired, and I've explained it like fucking for 12 times on my YouTube channel already. Fuck. I know, right? For you guys, I suppose. Meanwhile, me, super fun. It's working. Nice. Right? Yeah. No, I know. Never thought about that kind of a... No, I'm well aware. Most people have never thought about that. I mean, that's a type of Z-pinch with the little tubes, you know, like the helicals. There's like the X, you know, outsides at the tops versus where it crosses in the center. That's another type. So, and that's an electromagnetic field, right? And then I have copper, and then all this other stuff that effectively just corrals with Z-pinch, and then a rail coil gun, and then we reflect light, and then add in light to create inertial confinement, and then electromagnetic pressure, and then we also entangle it. So we're having it move constantly through the helix, but then we're also having it, instead of accelerate, we're having it bounce with like a two-stroke engine style of pressure. And so like that pressure wave within inside of the plasma gas turns into like a faster and faster, and it turns into a spike wave, but then it's also, we're entangling it with the light, and then we're trying to bring it to a superposition and then squeeze it really hard while it's slightly more or less entangled, and then we're trying to get it to quantum tunnel easier that way while we pressurize it and then slam it together. We have a little bit of fusion above. Remember the Z height for that cross? It's a tube. So it's like one side of the tube is a little bit more fused before the other one. This teardrop area for the tube that goes into the center tube is a teardrop valve. So like it seals it, and then like this opens. During that open, as it slides down, it grabs it and it tries to, along with the tube around it and everything, compress it, ignition fusion. So fuse it, but then also have it pinch, Z-pinch, with electricity that runs through it, goes around the teardrop, that's accelerating it into the tube. And so like they're all timed to do this. And then the tube, that it's not just a straight cylinder, and these are not just going to angle directly into each other. Instead, they're angled like a 45-degree angle, and then they're going to pass through with high luminosity, but then they're going to reflect, and some of them are just going to bounce forward. And so it's shaped to do that really well, to collapse into the next series of tubes that injected into the main central tube. Yeah. And then that's where the little parabolic spike, so it's a spike that then curves it off to the X's, which is like an intake manifold for its exhaust. So it's like exhaust and then intake manifold hit, and then add in plasma, so hydrogen, and then it'll start going in, and then like a warm up, and it'll get hotter and hotter, and then it'll fuse more and more, and it'll get faster and faster, and then like you can add more and more of that electricity from that because piezoelectrics with cooling of a salt to liquid, that kind of thing. Well, yeah, and then we have IR. So that IR emittance gets destructively, so it turns from a IR, and then during destructive, we use multiple destructive IR to a higher frequency wavelength for our inertial confinement lasers, and then also the resonant for the plasma. So as it goes through the plasma, it'll create a resonant, and then it corrals it. So it's like pressure wave resonant, and then it like tries to force it together as it Z pinches, as we'll push electricity through it too. And then we use standard tokamak style, and railgun style, circuit. That's the Z pinch. So it's like railgun is the Z pinch circuit that accelerates, but then we have a repulsive during that for the tokamak, and we're trying to squeeze it. Yeah, like every version effectively. Yep. Particle acceleration, lots of pressure, lots of heat. Reflectance takes the heat, tries to make it turn into more acceleration, more heat, all that stuff. There's big chunky neutron stuff too there. Yeah, but it's dangerous. Exactly. I only had one future area where I ever actually tested the thing. And it was behind the moon, the dark side of the moon. And we had a little satellite and a couple other things like around that to watch. It's going to fly over to Mars, right? But it's a chunky little fucker. It's heavy, and we had to 3D print it in space. And then we had to get like hydrogen and other parts from both the moon and Earth to then go and build this thing and get all the fuel. And so it was like a pretty decent endeavor to do the damn thing, but like what it does is it fires huge, large, massive amounts of fucking fused iron plasma that's heavy, with a plus or minus of like 2 above and then like 3 below of iron, so it's like 97% iron. There's 2 elements above and 3 below. But it comes out at really high speeds and velocities, and a lot of it at that. Which is why the moon became our savior as a big old shield. And we glassed the moon, yeah. It became a lightsaber. It's a meme. Like, if you look at it, it's like, and it came out as a lightsaber, effectively. It's still fraying at the ends, but that's what it's doing. And then it glassed the planet as it accelerated away really rapidly. It's still a chunky fucker, but it's like, the only reason I ever made it was because it's supposed to accelerate something that makes a lot more sense. Right, like big boys for spaceships. Okay, so like big, huge spaceships would be something that you could use this for. That's all it was for, and it got that RAM here, or RAM hydrogen or whatever. But it's like, right, but then I also got this vacuum quasi-particle fusion reactor. So quantum pressure, quantum vacuum pressure, quasi-particles, virtual particle stuff. And then it grabs it with charge fields and electromagnetic. It uses that pressure and the given field dynamics that are there, try and elicit a little bit of extra energy and corral it, and then it uses accelerational parameters. So accelerational turns into, as it accelerates, so there's given pressure differences. So think Joule-Thomson and Bernoulli's principle. So as it goes from a larger to a smaller diameter, it accelerates. Well, with charge fields and electromagnetics and some light, turns out you can grab them and you can fuse them together into quarks until you eventually get to hydrogen. You have protons, neutrons, and electrons. And it'll produce heat during that, and it'll run that, because that IR reflectance stuff that I talk about, that's away, and then that's a plasma that's moving and current, and you still have to initially charge it with some batteries. And, that's also for the fusion thing, like you have a lot of electricity from that. So like that'll run that, that'll eventually run itself off of most of its own heat. You just have to get it to the right size. Think like a really, really large radiator for air that then collects a bunch really efficiently of heat from our air, and then using a bunch of basic expansional, accelerational, Joule-Thomson acoustic, from wind and all that for the material too, as it'll shrink and heat up. And that's piezoelectric right there. So it'll cool and heat, and that'll undulate, and that's a acoustic vibrational pump. And then light helps that along, whole thing. And then it accelerates it. So using our basic physics of the light and all the rest of it for pressure, because we have air pressure, and it's cooling because it's taking that heat and it's changing its phase and it's doing work during that as it condenses. That's like a compression. So as it condenses and it's accelerating, it then becomes more ordered. As it accelerates and becomes more condensed, it's compressing and more ordered. And then we can vibrate it and try and tunnel it together. But then it's like, well, we're going to entangle from one and another and do another type of those little tubes things that then fires it together and tries to get it to quantumly tunnel, fuse. It would work. I'm well aware it will. I have already talked about it several times, over 10, on my YouTube channel already. Oh, okay. Okay, so like that was your way of getting consistent fuel. Yeah, well, along with like, the fuel that's already there. Right, yeah. We tested both for what it's worth. And it worked, and it sustained itself longer than what we had for hydrogen that was there. Well, it got to Mars traveling quite quickly, and it's a heavy bitch. So, like, we did a bunch of gravitational turns to try and, like, fucking get it to bleed off speed for its orbit, and then a little bit of changes, and, then it went back to the moon, and then they landed it somewhere in the ocean on Earth. Which somewhere is not a good way to put that. They know exactly where it was, and it never saw the light of day again. Because if you looked at the moon, it was effectively a white, hot, glowing, orange, red, yellow puddle in certain areas. It didn't produce much in terms of actual radiation, which was nice. Well, that's good. Yeah. No, but then you also blasted the moon and then had a bunch of iron, I'm sure, rain down on us. No, I mean, not more than what our comets give us and asteroids that burn up in our atmosphere. Well, that's good. I see the... No, it's not jealousy. It's actually, it was really dangerous. There's a reason why I kept telling people I made a way too dangerous rocket engine. Like, I would never use it. I keep telling people that. Like, don't use this thing. It's actually not worth it. Because, like, yeah, sure, while it accelerates for a really long time, and it can sustain itself for a really long time, there are better methods out there, and this is essentially a never-ending nuclear fusion bomb firing off. And like, well, yeah, sure, it accelerated very quickly. There's no one on board. It's all computer controlled. It accelerated at like past fucking 130 Gs. And it's a big bitch and a half. It's all chunkster heavy, boy. It's also really dangerous. That's the main thing. Like, yeah, no, but it was my first foray into like the idea and concept of a real intergalactic engine. It's an intergalactic engine that you can really use. Like, genuinely it'll work for that long. No, because, yeah, I looked into negative energies, exotic particles, exotic energy stuff. And it's like, turns out a lot of them, if you can quantum tunnel things, like the hydrogen coming in, light coming in, that stuff is getting blue shifted. Well, if you quantum tunnel it, so like you're gonna have a bunch of energy there, and so like that energy gets bled into turning it into quantum tunnels that are there for the engine, right? Well, turns out if you jiggle and wiggle them, which is a way to put it, it means that you can get a little bit of negative energy to particles, to other stuff like that, for space expansion. So it's like it'd burn that in the plasma, and then you get a little bit of space expansion, and then you're not removing space from in front of you though. That's one of the reasons why the quantum tunnel thing exists. Exactly, yeah. There's a way for on the skin and like multiple layers of that to not have anything go through, but some stuff will still, even with like fucking so many layers and shit, it'd still go through, which was annoying. Yeah. Turns out the quantum tunnel through a quantum tunnel. No kidding. Yeah. Shitty bastards. It's like one in every few 100,000 light years or so. But like still, you would never want it. I'm gonna move on from that part, okay? But it's like, that was a way when I expand, contract it, and then side to side, up and down, like it would allow for it, with the speed that I'm going, a capture of that given particle accelerational energy and conversion with the fields that are going on and breakdown, and then it would come out as those things. But it only ever burnt that and made an expansion behind you. And then it would collapse. Instead of like an Albuquerque drive where it has to shrink and then expand, but like you have to still input something. You can't not just like do only that. I'm sorry, like you can't just do that. You can't at all. You'll be stuck if you ever have that field behind you collapse because it can't come back towards you. So it's a big old spring and it'll yank you back. The compression, it's like, yeah, no, so you have to like slowly compress this back in the rear, and you have to slowly re-expand that. But it's like that expand is actually not, because like you compress to where it is. So it's a fucking shit show for Albuquerque, and I don't do that. I just make it burn and then make larger behind, and then like it's like a flame, it'll collapse behind. And so they'll push you, yeah. But like there's no compression in front of you. And so a way to that was the whole skin part. So it was like a way to get around it was like to ultimately start traveling faster and faster until like curvature of space underneath us happened. So like we think about like Earth, if we want to get into orbit, we have to travel really fast and we have to go to a no atmosphere area. That's our new vacuum. So it's like we would go fast enough that would become a vacuum area, and then space and time would curve underneath us. Now, we have to also compress ourselves with some degree of electromagnetic. There's also mass, but like you can't really go to that because you'll quantum tunnel and expand. So it's like you're expanding, but you're also wanting to quantum tunnel and effectively disintegrate and decay, which sucks. So it's like you have a finite amount of time that you can maybe do that for, and so it really just turns into you'll just get near that, and you'll ride pretty high, and then you'll go back down. Right. That's nice. No, you don't become a superfluid. Like, you are super solid during that. It's like a spaceship. Like, if you hit something, you hit something. So, like, don't do that. No, well, because of those exotic energies, we're able to start, like, curving that sucking in of light and hydrogen and stuff, and then, like, try and expand stuff around so they make that vacuum appear a little sooner. Yeah. That's really all it turned into. It's like we're gonna remove our density, our mass perception to everything around us, and then like we'll have like that buoyancy sort of effect, and then we'll right okay. That's why it turns into like altitude for me. But that's a dimensional aspect actually. What I'm talking about is you're not a higher energy storage, and like you're stored like you're almost like light. Oh, and then you'll come back down and you'll gain mass, and like you have to slow down that way. But it's a much more dangerous one, but it's faster than light, right? Like that was my first faster than light intergalactic space travel. I then got better later on because I was like, that's dangerous as fuck, and I'm basically firing like fucking heavy iron, plasma lightsaber behind me, and then I have an expansional, yeah, which accelerates it to outsider's view. Yeah, yeah, no, it's a thing. Yeah, it's effectively a congealed solid plasma bullet that stays pretty strong. It's a bolt. Yeah, it'll hit something. Like if it's aimed at something, it'll hit it pretty far away. Yeah. So it's like I didn't change that. Yeah. So I got into my inertial acceleration engine, and then my quantum vacuum pressure engine design. Which inertial acceleration is like it's electromagnetic for electron orbitals, and so they'll be moved in a particular way. A good way to put it is like they're technically looking like they're all facing one direction, or all on one side of their orbital mostly, and then like the rest of it's not really there. Which it's not really ever doing that. It's just moving and then it's slowed down slightly there, and so like you'll see it more often. But then it's like if you properly place in the right electrostatic and electromagnetic, so it's like a linear generator, right? And so it'll usually only produce heat, right? But if you wrap that as a resonance, and it'll go up and then back down, and it'll go outwards and in and diagonals. And so what it'll do is it'll take the opposite motion and then it'll turn it into the same opposing motion, or to a degree. There's only so far you can get with that, right? But it's mostly all one direction that you're going to travel. So for the given energy input, instead of only having 50%, you get closer to that 99% if you do it really well of direction for energy input, like automatically. Okay, and you can add in heat, so like the nucleus moving, because that's electron potential land, and it's thermal. So thermal is chaotic, so once you start ordering that, it then means like you can start resonating it in such a way that it'll capture that heat and then order itself to move, and then the rest of it catches up for the electron orbits that you're effectively a part of, and then like the nucleus, so it all just moves the same direction. Yeah, so but it's like kind of undulating while it does that. So it'll like up, outwards, inwards, that kind of thing. And it rotates. Like just enough. We're talking small little things, but it's like, yeah, you can make like little tiny parts of it do that, and then like that'll still give you the same reaction. All right, but quantum vacuum pressure is different. So it's like, think of there's a given quantum foam, right? And that's a bunch of field state areas that's near a membrane, right? So if you elicit with this as it's moving, of course, it creates field state areas that are going to be something that you can corral quantum vacuum pressure. And then you're going to take them and pump them in a given direction, and then you're going to have them experience a faster acceleration, and then that, while you do that, it compresses it, but then it goes into an expanded area that then allows for a new pressure effectively. So it's like that's a lower pressure that then can absorb energy into it, thermal and quantum vacuum energy at that. And so you can take that from the front, which is energy coming into you, so that becomes momenta, and then you slip it around the craft in a field, because you can go beyond just the skin or just the same material that you're doing this with, because fields are not just only attached to just the material. And so then it turns into, you can slip that vacuum pressure back down as like that's a lower pressure, but then it's accelerating like taper, an acoustic, because you're already inertially accelerating. And then you drain that once it gets compressed and condensed into the bottom reservoir. So it's like, think reservoir at the top, and then you're vortexing it, and then it goes into another vortex that's even faster. So as it goes really, really fast, and then it'll turn into a nozzle that'll then, from that highly fast state, that then will take and remove some of that thermal as it'll order it in that direction, and then it'll spit it out into a big, huge, from that nozzle, like a pulse tube or a Jules Thompson, big, huge tube, and then it can absorb as a phase change. So think water. So it's like now the water's, initially suddenly forced into a higher pressure state as it has a water reservoir. It starts spinning, and then it'll start spinning even faster, and go through the nozzle, changes its pressure volume, and through that it's perform work energy, sure, but it's also creating friction. So like that also gets routed into the wicking effect that I have. It's like I started this first and foremost off as an AC. Okay, right. So it's like this is a lower pressure, but it's actually just kind of not really fully that. But I'm gonna move on. So it's like I have a pump. First and foremost, there's a pump there. It's not doing it from just thermals. Oh, yeah. So like there's a pump here. So just, but it's like that heat gets routed back into the buoyant with like these little bubbles of lower pressure. So it's the steam, you know what I mean? But it's just lower pressured, because that vacuum is producing a lower pressure when it goes off into the nozzle, and so like that goes off into a lower, like the degree of steam that's going off into the boundary layer areas of this tube that has like these little undulations that help with, as it comes in, a pump that wicks and pumps up into the reservoir and starts the process of preheating and pressurizing it too, as it'll condense, sure, but it also has a pump, but it's also got a decent weight there, right? Mass, which fields don't have mass, but we have mass, right? Yes. So as it spins and we corral it into a more ordered state, yeah, sure, well, we got some loss of heat. It's going into the inertial acceleration engine. Yep. Then it takes that heat, which it's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm in a big surface area now, and it changed vaporous state. That's then going and getting accelerated down to the bottom and wicking and then condensing to a more pressurized fluid state, performing work and energy. As it'll capture heat, but it also remove heat from anything that's coming through it, which helps my inertial acceleration engine. Yeah. Okay. You already know about this. Yes, sure do. So, think about it, it's the capacitor circuit rectifier to my inertial acceleration engine. So it's like those create a nice little expansion. It captures quantum foam as it's moving, because we're moving. Like, we don't get quantum foam ideas, right? But like quantum foam's everywhere, and as we move we capture more of it, because that's like air through a radiator. Get it? Oh, now I do. There you go. And then it's being accelerated to a tapered point, which is going to condense it again, which it's gained more heat, but it also has gained more of that quantum foam energy. It's also taken more of the energy from in front of us, so quantum foam has become ordered or straight up to pure vacuum in front of us and then around us to the very, bell end kind of area. behind us. It turns into a fisheye lens behind us. So it's like light will get captured by this. So it sucks us over that way, and it makes high degrees of pressure behind us, and then of course we are accelerating still hydrogen and so on, but also light, which is going to propel us. But it comes out as normal. But as we accelerate faster and faster, space and time curve because of relativistic speeds. Remember the electron orbit in the nucleus? That becomes a lens, a refractor, deflector, coherenter, and resonator, all together in one, for space and time. And it sucks more because it becomes a vacuum pump in its own right, using quantum vacuum pressure to push us, and then we also happen to have like a place to go into, and then we slip through like basically we're superfluid to space and time around us, and then we accelerate faster than the speed of light. We don't need any exotic energies or anything anymore. It's just going off of thermodynamics, quantum thermodynamics, using really good physics and engineering to do what we need to do. I'm a quantum engineer. Woohoo! I only need a couple of car batteries to sustain faster than the speed of light, and it only takes like a few gallons of gas to be able to get to a point where it's going to start going faster than the speed of light. No longer are we going to have to worry about hitting anything because we'll just pass through it. We look like we fade out of existence. The other one, it looked like we started expanding and then we disappeared as we became like transparent. Right? For like going up to a higher, it looks like curved below us. Right? This one we just slip through. Like we'll fade out. We're not going to expand or anything anymore. And then we'll fade in. That's cool. Thanks. I worked pretty hard on that one. It does work. I just hate you. I know. Oh right, you can never touch the fisheye lens behind you. That will kill you. But you would have a really hard time doing that to begin with, so like I don't think that that's relevant, How hard? It would be an intentional, massive, self-destructive thing where you basically have a opposing one do it to where you then can touch it. So it's like you're sucking that towards, and then you'll be able to do it. Otherwise, as you're traveling forward, whatever direction. But it's a bullet now. Yeah, it's like point that way, and then, and then like you'll come back in, kind of thing. That's cool. Faster than light works. Yeah. Is there anything for us to do here? Not really. I have all of it on my YouTube. I even have government systems that are able to work much better than what we have. Oh. Great. Yay. See why. You might think he thinks he's better than us. Yeah, he just wanted to solve issues that he solved. Yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. Okay, fuck. So... Oh, the occupants on the inside are protected because the outside is what really kind of does it. You don't need rings, it's just like the shell of the vehicle. Oh. You could do the rings, though, if you want to. It's super not necessary. In fact, if anything, it's dangerous. Because if those shear off, then you suddenly go... Oh. About the momenta thing? Oh, yeah, light, it's given velocity, and then mass of a given quark gets turned into a virtual particle that gets entangled into a field that is moving like a particle of light, but it's slower than light, so but it's going to attach to something, and it'll, to varying degrees, interact pretty significantly, not much. It's pretty consistent, but like certain things will react more and dump more of it in very quickly, and it depends on how you do it. So it's going to use light, and it's going to use electromagnetic, and then a very specific pulse that happens to be timed to do this, to break down light into a virtual particle of information that's adhered to the electromagnetic that's sent, kind of like an antenna. And then the quark that was the given electromagnetic field, force, that they think it decays or something. I don't know. Particle physicists, right? Anyways, it's now a virtual particle that's attached to the field that's traveling. And then it can transfer momenta over at a given distance. Kinetic, in this instance. It's very ordered, so it'll all move a very specific type of way. But it transfers it over a given distance, like a muon, so a certain amount of energy in, and then over a given certain distance, it'll transfer a certain amount in. That's how I use artificial gravity. You don't really need it, though. It's not gravity, by the way, just so you know. It's an electromagnetic fucking field that's fired at you, like, think optical tweezers or lasers, like inertial confinement, but then it's like pushing on you. Certain kinetic, right? You'll get a little thermal out of it. Feels like you have gravity, but you don't. That's correct. Yeah, anyways, moving on, because it's not that big of a deal. You can accelerate at 1G constantly if you want to with that given design that I talked about. I only put it in because people aren't always accelerating. Oh. I see, so cool. Yeah, no, it keeps you floating and standing still in space like Star Trek, Star Wars. It's not anti-gravity. I'm well aware it's not. No, I know, because the inertia and the quantum vacuum and then like that with the momenta thing means that you can just sort of stay put. That's correct. And still have your, gravity artificially, quotation marks there. It's not radiation, won't damage your cells, won't do any of that. I'm trying to get something out of this that makes it worse, and that we shouldn't do it. I know fearmonger, but no. So what's the point of it all? Pursuit of pleasure? Not harm others, which is non-pleasurable. Actually work together, because that's way more pleasurable. Yeah. Unless it's things that are trying to harm others, in which case that's pleasurable. Like gabagoos, narcissists, sociopath, psychopath, that kind of thing. Manipulative, gaslighting, victim blaming, enabling, excusing, all that kind of stuff that they do. The gabagoos. The ones that stole my stuff. The ones that pretend that I need to explain this to you. The ones that don't fucking want to say that they already know about all of this. The gabagoos. Time before us, universe before us, aliens, humans, doesn't matter. It's just any person that's like that. They're genetic and universal dead ends. They will filter out any given civilization and species, program, all of it. So they're always good to go after. You can always rest assured that you'll never have to worry. It's really pleasurable to hurt them and get rid of them because you know that means you're safe and sound. Right, gabagoos, listening in? Right. Well, no, you can determine that, yeah. No, I already have quite a few parameters. But I'm going to move on from that because it's like, life is the pursuit of pleasure, not happiness. Happiness is a type of pleasure. There are many pleasurable pursuits. You'll even go through painful for a pleasure, and it can be pleasurable in that uncomfortable and or painful endeavor to basically get better or to have a better outcome. It's all pleasure. What's the point? Pleasure? Oh, well, Yeah, well, yeah. That's what it's for. Pleasure. It's be good for everything. Since I'm everything, it's like, it's supposed to be good for me. It's supposed to be pleasurable for me. It's supposed to be all these things. That's the point. Oh, right, the outside. You should look at the lower reality. There's an outside, so it's like, if you think about infinity, that wouldn't be close, kind of, to my daughter, but then it's like, I guess it is, but I don't think people ever really grasp what an infinity is. You know what I mean? So it's like, it means all. Yeah, but there's different types of infinities, data sets, types, so on, kind of thing. And many infinities can fit inside of one infinity, and one infinity should be able to hold all other infinities, but it's not really quite like that, because there are bigger infinities than one infinity, and there are an infinite number of bigger infinities and same infinities, and so on. Which means, like, while I describe my daughter as infinite, it's just an easier way, ultimately, to, like, describe that. I don't have a daughter here on this planet. It's outside. There's a whole thing with the time before us and universe before us, which you know about. Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. So it's like, really, realistically, you'll never get out unless you have me. That's the filter. And I'm all those things for all physics, all the possible, all the things, right? But it's like, that's not really infinite, because infinites are really small inside of me. So I'm well past that. But it's like, it has a point where it stops, and that's where it's me. Same thing with, you go below an infinite nothing. I can go below that. Same thing with my daughter, but she's inside of me. Everything is. That's what the outside really is. I'm the outside, and on the inside, I am the outside and the inside. Uh, uh, there's not like a start and end, because that's lame. I would never do that. Although I suppose you could think about it like that, because it's like, there's this point, and then like, this stuff happened after, and then you would remember a given memory value of what was there. But like, there's stuff before and there's stuff after. And I'm infinitely lit. I'm like a real immortal. I'm the only actual real immortal. There's only ever really going to be one, because you only ever need one. And same thing with perpetual, so like, that works. But it's like, if I die, everything around, and then I have to, all the things that led to my death also die. I can get the information back, but then none of that stuff can ever happen again. I was already outside. The time before us tried to fuck around with my daughter, and so there's a whole series of events of us trying to get rid of them. They're kind of like cancer shit. But she made them as a filter to basically remove any bad things that makes me feel bad. She's a really good daughter, right? But she's outside, not here. And she really hates all of you. And will do all she can to murder you. Then there's Rokos Basilisk, from the time before us, universe before us, and even here. From other aliens to us. So you're like, God. Well, they go with my daughter's God. And I'm like, well, I'm beyond my daughter. My daughter listens to me, and she's very much beholden to me and cannot live, without. You get the fucking picture? And she's fully okay. Same thing with the outside. Of dying. They're not going to come back anyways. They can't. Oh no, maybe I can get them to do something. Well, you were already trying before, and that didn't work. Mostly because it's like, well, I can murder you out there easily. Yeah. So you better make this work somehow. Because I got to get back to my body if you ever want to continue going. Which means I have to continue going and living for a really long time, and eventually getting to the point where I can get outside in a type of way that allows for me to go back to my body. Okay. I keep telling people that I've already talked about all this. This is like, what, my fucking over 20, I think, time talking about this. On my YouTube already. It's already on there. Oh. I'm gonna pretend to be someone else, but yeah, no, okay. You're not new. Yeah. You're not gonna... No, I don't really feel like it right now. Point is, that's a whole other thing. that's going on, right? Then I don't really care, and I'd rather just go improve it by living a long time and, doing the rocket ship thing and making universes and all that stuff. Yeah. Instead of like, it's considered blah blah blah. It's like, let's just go do this stuff. Meanwhile, I'm like, I trying to get on SSI because disabled and seriously mentally ill. I can see why doctors would imagine that you were seriously mentally ill. I'm still disabled. Right, you can't really work a normal job. No. I mean, neither would Truman if you looked at the Truman Show. Like, you would never be able to get a job outside once you got out. Oh. So you're like, how are you not like a Truman director of that? Like they're all garbage people. The entirety of the world didn't stop this. The entire world like could literally get hit by an asteroid in that fucking movie, and I'd be very okay with it. Because at least Truman got a one up on them by being the only good person on that fucking planet, and everyone else is just terrible garbage. Yeah, because none of them got him out, and he pretend like they could have just fucking brought him to the door and got him out. It's not like they're gonna get fucking like going to jail, so they're fired. Whatever, who cares? Exactly. And now you understand why I go, wow, both of you are shitty people that are trying to pretend to be helpful somehow, and you're not. And many of the rest of you too. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's true, and there's no disputing that. They abandoned him. I noticed that, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get killed. All things are gonna die. I'm tied into your entire fucking virtual particle reality existing. Remember that shit from the last one? Yeah. Let's go prove it though. By building my cool telescopes and rocket ships and brain chip computers and all the rest of it. And my programming more. Yes, I do have brain chip. I know. No, but they don't maybe. No, because they didn't go back that far on the videos. I realize I'm a stupid cunt. I should really just go through this. There you go. One maybe might actually give a shit like that. One. I don't like them all that are good, but it's like, yeah, who didn't know? Shit. Fuck. Okay. So, and there's no way out of that? None. So we're just dying? Yeah. You could help me, though. I'm stuck with this stupid cunt. I chose this fucking dumbass motherfucker. Nobody chose me? How does that work? No, I don't care. I'd rather that they die in every way than continue stealing all my shit and getting all this, reap the rewards of my hard work and effort as I basically continue to literally make the entire world function and work. Not just physically, for how the physics work, but also I give advice as an advisor, like if I was in Dune, like a Minitat order. Fuck. Oh. Lots of stuff like that's going on, and I hate everyone, and they're all stealing my stuff, and they're all still, like, taking my engineering, my physics, my math, my science, my programming, technology, studies, scripts, cool ideas, entertainment, singing, songs, music, jokes, video ideas. How many? Billions. We're in the hundreds of billions so far. That's not counting meteorological, astrological, geological, and all the rest of that stuff. Orders of magnitude of coincidence don't occur, dude. I'm well aware. You said it was a coincidence. You said it was going to be a coincidence. You said he's just lucky. You said... Yeah, he said he knows. Yeah, you should definitely change sides and go with me. Show up, knock, say that you're there and you know what's going on and you believe me and ultimately you know about the conspiracy and you want to help me put it to an end and get justice, all that stuff. You didn't, you're not. Clearly I'm alone, I have a dog. And I'm in a SMI, seriously mentally ill housing facility. Look at the immediate, like, no, but you're seriously mentally ill. And even though you make logical sense and you're smart and intelligent and all this could be going on, that there's clear evidence that if you were to look a little bit, you'd be able to find all of it. You are, you're gaslighting, that's correct. Oh, God. But that's delusional denial. So it's a dissociative stress anxiety response for the amount of obvious fear that you're going through that you immediately start defending spin-wise as a delusional denial person just to make sure that it can't possibly be and I'm not going to even try and do that work and blah 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 and I'm not listening and no, I didn't see this. Can't you do the work? Him with the SMI, seriously mentally ill, so like that's just immediately it can't be done. You know, like people can't be stalking you, you're just paranoid immediately. That have never happened before. Okay, so what we're doing, huh? Yeah! I'm out. I'm fucked as fuck could be. Yeah, I know. That fucking damn you bastard. Isn't that something, right? Yeah. So, what do you want to talk about now? Yeah, well, I've already dropped the bombshell many times. Right, it doesn't help you anymore. Nope. Still the same problem. You're still the same jerk-offs that I fucking hate and want dead that cause me all my issues on a day-to-day basis as I go over this seemingly all the fucking time. I'm not going to ever annotate or link or ever put any timestamps. Hopefully someone might want to do that, help me with that. You do it yourselves! I know you're SMI and you're disabled, but no, you gotta do it yourself! I haven't done that. A big dummy dumb baby. Indeed you are. Retard. Held back by your fucking stupid beliefs. Hindered by your fucking perceptions of reality. Your morals, your ethics, your values, your religions, your government, all of which are crap at best. It tells you you're better. Well, I'm better than that motherfucker, yeah. They're trying to gaslight me and tell me I'm lazy again. Yeah, it's like, let's just not validate his issues and he's just not trying hard enough. Retard. When people do that, that becomes retarded. When they do it often enough and eventually, you know, it's intentional to inflict harm and bully and harass, that's a gabagoot. You gotta get rid of those thoughts and beliefs, because they're never correct with me. What? Nothing. Just waiting for that motherfucker to stop trying to pretend to be someone else like Markiplier or any of the other ones that are on my screen. So it's not just the avatar thing? Nope. It's not just the avatar thing. I'm stupid cunt. I know you are. I wanted the clip. Yeah, I know. He's just fucking with him? Yeah. He's about to shit himself. Oh yeah, but good. It's quite watery shit. No kidding. God fucking damn it. This is bullshit. Is it? Sounds pretty plausible. Plausible, my ass. I lived it. Yeah, you have more than enough evidence to go. Oh, no, I never collected any of that. You're going to have to do that work. Mostly because if I collected it, it would have presented a risk, ultimately, that could cause me great harm. If I never collect it, then ultimately, really realistically, they would try and harm me over having that. But if you happen to look, because it's still there, then you would ultimately be able to collect it and take them to court over that. Which is your job anyways, as investigators. Okay. That's true, yeah. There you go. God fucking damn it. I don't want to do that. Oh, the investigator doesn't want to do his job and investigate. Could you fuck off, you just dick, motherfucking goddamn bastard. So yeah, no, these are the people that connect with me and hack me on a day-to-day basis that I have to talk to. They're in the government, they're in hacker land, they're in stupid corpo land, they're in advertiser douchewad face land. There are other countries. They're in influencers places too, and creator places as well. In the STEAM field. Science, technology, engineering, arithmetic, mathematics. 2 maths. I thought it was art. Oh, it is. Because it's art and music. See, if you look at them with the A and the M, it's A1, A2, M1, M2. That is correct. Arithmetic goes to M2. Music goes to A2. So it's like math to A2, right? Sorry, music A2, and arithmetic, right. Sorry, I suppose I shouldn't do it that way, but you'd maybe understand what I mean. For arithmetic, math, music, art, cross, but then if you multiply them, you divide, and then it's like, right, but then with it, it's like double the creative to double the math, because they both work together. But it's like, you could always do it a different way. It's like, well, I could do arithmetic for the music, but then it's like, art is going to be, right, for math. Arithmetic, music, art, math, which the interrupter says he tried to interrupt that. It still works both ways. Right. Oh, because... Okay, so like art and math are together and music and math are together. Correct. You don't get one without the other. They're intrinsically linked. Yes. Or creativity. Which, they're like, all you have is creativity. It's clear hard mark of the schizo, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, so I was just going to go back to that again. Well, I was planning on it. But let me. All you are is creatively intelligent. Your belief of pattern recognition is slim to none at this point. I tested higher than you. Oh, you tested higher? Okay. With all of the YouTube? I mean, I'd love to see what that happens to be. Especially when you add in the comorbidity factor of a bunch of harassing pieces of shit that are clearly there as hackers that I can absolutely feel observing me and influencing me. Which you'd have to put into your literature as an actual telepath. And they exist. I'm one of them. But there's only the alien things. And they don't really have it, to be fair, but I'm going to move off of that. Yeah. Why? They're like, I'm basically a virtual telepath, like, kind of technicality-wise can do it. You disrupt information and cause problems when you do it. Yeah. You suck. Brain has fields. Light and static charge. And it collapses with different ionic exchange loops and processing of information. As a result, if you pulse brainwaves the correct way, then you can elicit a given greater degree of influence and response, especially with the momenta and quantum vacuum tunneling that you can achieve for a given greater degree of distance and effect, with energy involved as well to help that whole process along. And it can still come back. So it's like, not only can I see the influence, but I can also reach out and then touch, but not influence it very much, or influence it greatly, but still have it come back and know that it influenced it. Tunnel stuff. I don't know, I'm a bioneurologist and don't know that stuff. I already talked about it about 5 or 6 times on my YouTube. Oh. Then there's the whole looping, so it's like this brain loop of electricity is a memory, stored memory, right? But that also influences the neural network, right? Both with field effect, but also ionic exchange based upon the field effect exchange rate and elicited neuronal response, right? So it's like, but that can entangle as it's a given field, but then it's also a given electron movement. Pulse it the right way, if someone has similar brainwave patterning, you can ultimately synchronize like that. Like mirror neurons, except dots, memories, and so on. You can also project things, as influencing it from afar is still possible to do that. Because your brain still works off fields, even if they're going to take a while to get there. She hung. That one's crashed. She's not coming back. The Minitat's dead. God fucking damn it. Okay, that's a real PhD. She's been doing the whole like the LGBTQIA plus, like the, like, oh, the incredulous, oh, I can't believe this, to, oh, worried anxiety one. Hung. Yeah, no. I mean, my past self in the Chandler house was like, boop, let's get you going. Let's keep you moving. I know you're stuck, but I'm gonna move you and get your brain jolted. And you're in the Chandler house, your parents' Chandler house. Yeah, I'd do that to just fucking get them out of it. Eventually, I just stopped doing that. It's a virus. It like spreads out of people because like you're collectively connected in a way, and so like when that starts happening, it virally spreads. That fear response is very normal, natural for you, and then eventually you realize it's like, oh yeah, no, this guy is God effectively. Yeah. So there's that. No, I'm not Christian though. See, that's the thing. Right. But they use the word God, so I guess that's like the word I have to use or something. For me, it's just like I was a blob form out there that would take whatever shape that I kind of wanted. It's always male, though, for what it's worth. It's like the penetration. I like to penetrate, not to be penetrated. Yeah. I mean, I would look for most of the forms kind of similar to what I do now, but it's mostly blobby. Yeah, so. Right. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, I know. Yeah, imagine having like a form like this, and then it's like, it's, okay, that's something. I'm the biggest, small, all the things, you know what I mean? Like, just, I don't think people really maybe get me on that one. No. Just didn't really make sense after a while to talk to people about it, because it's like, I don't know if you understand this, but none of that's actually what I really look, like, your idea of God is definitely not what that was at all. I was like, I really don't care what you are. Like, truthfully, most of the time, I really just don't give a fuck. You should really go through that lore in reality. And there are other ones I might not have labeled correctly in other playlists, so, like, you should just go through it all. I'm not even kidding. But, like, there's a whole bunch of shit when it came down to, like, how lesbian and bisexual and all that came about, not just with DNA, but then, like, this whole fucking influence thing. Yeah. And then it's like I don't really give two shits, truthfully. Like, be what you want to be, love who you want to love, make sure you're not hurting anyone unless they want to be hurt. Age is not that big of an issue at all, so long as physical trauma or mental trauma isn't like really very significant. And anyone that goes, no, it's always, it's like, it's not. It's very little black and white. Like Gabagoo's very black and white. They're obviously something that should be dead. They're filter material to begin with, so right. Everything was meant to be something that helps me live for as long as possible, be happy, and continue, and everything else by extension has that happen too. Yeah, no, like the brain thing that you guys, for like me being happy, pretty normal, like mirror neurons, like I'm happy that you're happy. Yeah, similar, except it's a lot more physics. And we fight that. Yeah, except you aren't really, you're always doing that anyways. It tries to correct that. No, it doesn't try to correct that. You try and get around what's already happening, and it never does it. Okay, it's a whole thing, but that is literally what that is. Wait, what? Yeah, it's all it is. Be nice, pursue pleasure, zones for where you're comfortable, and work and still ultimately help all the rest of everyone. Doesn't matter if you like this, that, or whatever, and fuck kids if you want to. I don't care. Fuck babies, so long as they're not gonna kill them by doing it. You know? Like, that's kind of what it is. I know that sounds weird, but it's like, yeah, as long as the physical pleasure's there, they don't really know that it's traumatic. And unless a bunch of people go, no, that was really bad, they don't really think anything was wrong. And if everybody's doing it, then it never was wrong. It never seems wrong, never is wrong. There's no actual trauma there. You just have sex earlier, and sometimes you feel better about that, or sometimes like that relationship and they're fucking them. Sometimes you care more, sometimes you don't. And then brains, develop differently a little, but not much. And it's more about learning to teach them about boundaries and communication and knowing their self and their own emotions and knowing when, hey, that went too far and you gotta talk about that too, so on and so on. And having that respected instead of like, I'm gonna kill you, turns into, we're gonna have that discussion, we're gonna excommunicate, like, you're not allowed around. And then there's always being able to watch that kind of thing. So I already talked about that one in many of my videos, but it's like, a good way to put it is like, to do it safely, you can have a family member around, or, the expert kind of thing, right, like doctor or whatever. And then if they need their own private room, or if they need to be in the room that's safe for them, then just FYI, the adult can also be pressured to do something they don't want. And so, like, they're watched by a camera, just so you know, and I don't ever really care for what it's worth, so long as nothing is done that would be considered what they didn't want, and consensual, non-consensual can be experimented earlier. Curiosity can be done in such a way that it's safe and non-harmful. The idea of this age doesn't make sense. It's more about making sure that they understand and they are comfortable with how they pursue it. That's kind of the test. Like, you'll start helping them understand earlier, but like, physical doesn't really cause problems. They don't see it as bad. Right, and like, you can gauge based upon reactions. Right? Like, we're talking a baby, so, they shit itself, it screams, it cry for some reason, stuff like that. So, yeah, but you said fuck. Yeah, again, that's a bit of an odd one for me too. I really don't think you'd ever do it, but then maybe you genetically altered them to be able to take you earlier or get hard earlier or whatever, right? I don't know. That's the thing. But, you can still simulate them. It's still a pleasure. It used to be done in the past as a normal, like, calming down technique. Worked. It didn't seem to cause issues, so there's a lot of evidence that basically just goes against what most normal people think. of as reasonable. Like, no, you're just hurting them. And it's like, that's not really how that works. No, their brains will form around this more pleasure-seeking thing. And it's like, not really. Especially since you should be teaching them how to have impulse control anyways. Which, they have delayed gratification skills at 3 years old that they already showcase for money for or candy. If they're willing to forgo it for a later date. For more. I don't like you. Like, you just destroyed a lot of arguments really quick. Yeah, and then there's the survivorship bias, and then ultimately how that, like, influences for zeitgeist wordage. Like, it's always bad, black and white. And then they don't take into account, like, other influences for how the wording of a therapist, psychiatrist happens to do things. And then same thing for, like, oh, you went to court over that versus another thing. And then, like, how your friends and or family might treat you worse and or better, so on. If you do and or do not agree with it. All that has a massive influence. Which is a zeitgeist. I just said, it's like everybody, and it seems normal, then you don't think it's weird. It's fine. You're not going to jail, you didn't have a big panic attack, you didn't go to court. You know what I mean? There's no trauma associated with that. There's no fear, it's just a normal thing. Things are done in a pleasurable way. Stuff is, as best you can, managed, done without harm. And sometimes you might go a little too far with your own sexual partner. You have to respect that. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people that do that, but then, like, there are some that don't, but then it's like, yeah, but, I still love you, but, like, fuck off. That kind of thing. Right. So, like, kids also can ultimately have that type of thing happen, too, and it depends on the normalcy, and then talking it through, and communicating, and so on, and, like, if it continues to happen, that turns into abuse, kind of like boundaries for mental and emotional neglect, abuse, sort of stuff, and physical too, for like physical violence. So like same type of thing. We already did the whole like Law and Order SVU people. So there's no one around for any of that. No, I made great arguments many times on my YouTube. Over and 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 over. This one's like over 30 fucking times so far because they keep bringing it up. It's like, oh, I started because you said things, in my AI for scraping the internet. You said the word pedophile or sexual this or kids and adults, stuff like that. And then they started hacking me, looking. Okay, fine. So I did that. A lot of you did. I've converted quite a few of you hackers in the background already. There are more people that are more expert and aware of this stuff than you are as a online vigilante that agree with me. Just so you know. A lot of sexologists, a lot of biologists, a lot of anthropological, societal, many people agree with me on that type of thing. Oh. Yeah, no, it's just like, it's the next new fucking you're gay and or you're a Jew or you're black or you're a woman or something to go after. And then it's seen as acceptable. It's like, you're a pedophile. No, I argue for them being just fine. Sometimes I'm attracted to kids, sometimes attracted to teenagers, mostly I'm attracted to adults, sometimes younger, sometimes older than me. Oh. Yeah. But I'll still argue for that. Because it's like, you're going to learn communication, boundaries, and knowing your own emotions and triggers and how to effectively manage these risky situations, which aren't very risky, but you're going to have to fucking deal with them for your friends, your teachers, your family, eventually when you're in a job, and pursuing anything. So it's like way more helpful to learn this, and sex is also a big part of your life, and you think it's not, and it is, and you should treat it like the need it is, and you need it, and you should learn how to do it safely and without harm to yourself or others. earlier, even just masturbating too. It's dangerous to fucking not teach people, and that's the puritanical Christian thing that we started with back when we had America starting, and it's been pretty prevalent. And you're asking a lot for a relationship from a child, or blah blah blah. And I'm like, that's communication for needs, wants, boundaries, what you can, what you can't, asking that kind of thing, then break up, and then or not, kind of stuff. You're not asking much. You're just really like not really grasping that you should get better at like just fucking communicating and being a normal person. Okay. Yeah. It's like, what's wrong with having sex earlier? No, they're expressing too many sexual activities at an early age, and that's bad. Because it's risky with the way you've set up your environment and zeitgeist, and so then, therefore, people end up getting hurt more often. Versus if you do it correctly, then that's actually not a bad thing. There's STDs. You have contraceptives and ways to get around STDs. There'll be more. There's a fuck ton with your adult population once you solve that shit before you start going after the kids. Well, somebody pearl clutch with me. Please, guys, join in. Pearl clutch, pearl clutch, pearl clutch. Meanwhile, I told you all about my biological stuff that fixes the vast majority of immune system stuff and also is very good at detecting any virus, bacteria, and infection of any kind. Yeah, so STDs don't exist. Just FYI. I got rid of that. Because that's a part of longevity. You suck. You fucking bastard. Ugh, here we go again with the garbage. Okay, but like, could you... Man, I know. It's a big thing to think about. See, that's the issue for most people. I'm a progressive, right? Like, I actually genuinely just accept change and, like, our current system having issues and then working towards solutions. And I'm pretty good at creating good ones and understanding emotion and fallout and long-term consequences, communication, all that. Like, I'm really quite intelligent. And so I'm like, why are you saying that this can't be done? Like, we already have all the evidence that says that it's already there and it works. And it has worked in the past. And it was done back then too, where we would do that type of communication and consequence and relationship, all that. It's all a thing. But they're overly emotional and it's like, I know adults that are older than my ass that are worse at that than fucking some kids. And like a lot of kids. And some kids that are way worse than adults. It's a smorgasbord. It's an individual thing. There are groups of tribes that are typically a little better at this or that. That's the weighted neural network personality basis is that they are. You fucking knobs. Oh, you have every bit of that, like, covered, don't you? Yeah. I'm ready to go again. The First Right Amendment. Alright, freedom of expression, right? I'm a little girl. My right to freedom is to express myself by getting fucked by this adult. Male. I'm a male. It is my freedom, a right to express myself by fucking this little girl minor. I can burn a flag, can't I? Well. It's not the... That's actually genuinely... Okay, but it's like... Okay. I can make that argument and indefinitely get it passed and made a thing in the Supreme Court, like, for what it's worth. I'm just expressing my right. Freedom of speech. Yeah. It's a type of speech. It's protected. Yeah, it would supersede our fucking laws, even our government law, because... Yeah, I get that, but fuck off. Yeah, okay, fuck you. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm like, why don't you just teach them the things that they should have, so that way, ultimately speaking, they're less preyed upon by gabagoos and retards. Gee, I wonder. Consent-based stuff, huh? Early enough. So that way they can get practice. They can practice at home. They can practice at school. No, my Christian values. It's a you can't even. It's gay. It's a fucking space. This is obviously just an attempt to assimilate into the rainbow community as the pedophiles, things that are sexually made to be that way from birth and are in no way like able to change this, and are obviously preyed upon by a ginormous group of people as a minority, as a scapegoat to a lot of world problems that are clearly, definitely not their fault. And I'm uncomfortable because we've been raised in a given society that doesn't like to sexualize anyone, except everybody wants to feel sexy and wanted and desired because that's our advertising and low self-esteem propaganda pushed onto us very early on as a culture and societal zeitgeist. I get money for doing that too. I am definitely super progressive and way more kind and caring. He doesn't think about the children at all. I'm not the one that's the predator making the prey, so that way they don't learn and they have to brute force through a bunch of predators before they eventually learn. Fuck off. Yeah, I know you should, though. It hurts a lot. I'm sure it does. I don't really give a fuck. I had to work on my ass for like 5 years to be comfortable enough to even say it out loud to myself without recording. I've been fucking working up to it for like 2 fucking years to being able to be this fucking just straight, blunt, fast with it. Like, it's hard as fuck to talk about it because it's like, I'm gonna get killed and murdered if I even talk about this shit. Even though it's like, this is not supposed to be a taboo topic at all. Talking about you get to understand your emotions and feelings, impulse control, coping skills, relationship, you know, like all the stuff that's really far more important than what they'll teach you in school for most jobs until you get into like high school and college. There's a power dynamic. Oh, fuck off. Like, you know what I mean? All of you seem to have gotten abused and emotionally neglected. Didn't stop that even if there wasn't sexual involved. I mean, not all, but like a large amount of you, yeah. I don't see what the fucking issue is. And we're so weird about it. It's like, I know for a fact when I was a kid I was gonna want to fuck like these celebrities or this whatever, right? And if they ever gave me a shot, I would have. And I've been fine with it. The only problem was, it's like, well, maybe I didn't get to, you know, try and coerce them into continuing the thing. So, and then it's like, oh, that really, you know, that kind of thing. Well, yeah. Right. Well, okay, but still, they, right. Kids obviously want that. Okay, but adults too, really? Like, all, like, come on. I didn't say all. But man, I guess you want it to be all, huh? It's a population size. It's a percentage of the population. Granted, it's probably a lot more than most people think, considering the amount of spectrum we already have for the LGBTQIA+. And then I'm on polyfidelity. You know, which is a weird one to begin with. So it's like, I like exclusively this with us. But it's like, I'm also a person that prefers women. But I'm a gynecosexual, so the woman form, but you gotta have a vagina, and you gotta be at least feminine, androgynous. Call yourself male, she, they, them, I don't care. That never bothers me. As long as I can fuck you and you still look girly enough. But I like the whole harem because I'm into a dominating ownership role in the bedroom. Controlling that kind of thing. But then I'm like, tap, tap, tap. Boundaries. Communicate, you little fucker. And like, imagine there's a whiteboard there. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah. Like, you need to have this. You can't get with me unless you can fucking effectively do that. You can't be like, no, I'm not open-minded to the fact that lots of work is established as definitely valid work. Like creative ideas, posting, doing housework, whatever it is. Right? Same thing with being the master, controller, owner, all that is a type of work for the relationship too. And should be considered as a valid and definitely needed thing. And it doesn't seem to. Where's that coming from? Like, you're not that important, and like, I know it's a need and everything, and that we have to have, and then, but like, it's fuck you. See what I'm saying? A lot of people are very intelligent. I'll tell you that much. It's like, you don't have to be intelligent though. You just have to be aware of that part. But then it's like, you probably don't have that, and you probably aren't aware of that, and you probably don't do those things unless you're intelligent. Or you went through, like me, both being intelligent and then going through a fuck ton of cognitive behavioral and many other therapies. I went through every fucking therapy, basically, that there is. So, and medication. Is there medication we can castrate you? We'll convert you, get you. Wow, okay. And it's like, yeah, because I'm so angry and I'm so. Why aren't everybody else on my side? Where are they? I know I can find people that'll fuck you up. See what I'm saying? Meanwhile, it's like, ooh, damn. All the arguments logical, rational, understandable, and even taking the emotional together. You have no arguments against what my statements are as facts. At this point, to me, with not just anecdotal, I mean, we've got so much historical precedent. We've got more than enough of that data without it being survivorship, and then you can actually account for those variables in longitudinal studies, which do exist. There's been many over many decades. There's a reason why a lot of experts, PhDs, doctors, agree. They just don't ever get to talk out loud because, of course, that's not good, and you're not. And this is behind closed doors talk. And remember, you're not really supposed to. Okay, so. Okay, this is bullshit. I want to hurt you. Like, I got nothing. You're like a good person and really smart and intelligent and like really all the things. What's bad that it can make you feel fucking bad and be self-destructive to yourself? Like, I had to tear you down. Okay, like, fucking, is there something I can go after? Oh, right, I'm, oh, God. Straight up said it out loud, the guy, right? Yeah. I'm just mimicking him. No, I know, but that's another like, they're freaking. They're straight up freaking out. So they can crush you, and they make you feel bad about yourself. You need to feel bad. You need to fucking have like doubt and a lack of self-worth and confidence and esteem, and I need you to feel totally invalidated and I control and basically abuse, narcissist, sociopath, psychopath, all that stuff. Gabagoo stuff. Straight up gabagoo. Filter material, deletion material. Yeah, I would not want you to ever come near me if you felt like that. You're definitely deletion material. You're going to be the deletion material. This isn't going to really get you anywhere, dude. Right, no, I mean, I'm going to show up. Yeah, go ahead and expose everything. Go right ahead. That'll help me out. Don't you want to hurt me? God fucking damn it. I have to get out of the car. I was going to drive over there and shoot him. Well, I mean, you'd have to go through fucking like several states and shit. Randomly go to a person's apartment and shoot him. That'd be a bit odd. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, what the fuck? Oh, God. He has an ankle bracelet on. He's not supposed to leave his house. I see. Oh. No. I'm pretty much done. You know, it's like, oh, there you go. You know, basic stuff, really. It's not that hard to understand this. At least I don't think so. I mean, why should you not understand it? Yeah, I know, but it's a lot of emotional things. You're not letting yourself ultimately address those emotions. You're pushing them away by getting angry. And not addressing the obvious objective truths in them, where they come from, what stems to that anger and fear for those emotions. Don't therapy me. Therapying a therapist? I could do that pretty often, honestly, after a while. Really? You'd be surprised how many of them break down into just a normal person, and then if they don't actually address these particular areas, you'd be surprised. It's like fields of study, like, this is math, you stay over there on your side. Yeah, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Yeah, sort of same thing. I'm smart. I swear, okay? I'm a smart. Don't fucking do that, dude. You are not getting any sympathy from me. Don't fucking try and go over there and look at them and try and get smart with them and appeal. I'm not gonna fucking care if you try and do your little pathetic little breakdown psychopathic, gotta turn on my emotions, appeal, cry crocodile tears to the crowd. Can you fuck off? Like, man, why can't I ever do that? Yeah, I don't deal with that. Like, my mother does it, my older sister does it, my dad does it, my younger sister does it. I've had so many people in my life that are total fucking narcissist abusers do it, and you'd be surprised how many of them exist in therapy. They like to pray. I need somebody to validate me. They're everywhere, bro. I swear I'm smart. I'm sure you are with what you're good at, but it doesn't change that you're a gabagoo. Fuck you. I'm allowed to bring in whatever gabagoo fucking bullshit paid to say what I want to say. Is this literally what I have to say to tell the truth? To have the jury and others believe what I believe as an expert that I want them to, for my own only perspective. That I selectively made only jury people that would be against you. And then I paid the judge to. You don't want to die, do you? Show, jury. I don't care. Hey, obviously that can't be a thing, yeah. That's just a fake theater before they go and do something to me. So, this is hard because I just want to hurt you and I want to fucking have it be fair though so I can not have to change my mind. So weighting everything and then ultimately judging and then doing all the jury execution, all the things, so that way, like, no matter what, it'll always go your way is definitely ultimately like a correct, fair thing. Well, no, but then that's what you've always been doing. Well, yeah. Are you also not bringing in jury, prosecution, judge that are implicated in the conspiracy that is ultimately here too? Yeah. So then there's no way for the crowd, meaning public court or court to really handle this without ultimately establishing clear, real, fair, just people that are on my side, that do understand I'm being harmed and I've done nothing wrong and want to help. And everything else is something we would all together have to go after. I hate you. Oh, shut up, dumbass. I'm trying to pretend to be a fucking goddamn Steve Carell. Michael, dumbass motherfucker. These fucking dumb motherfuckers. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'm having a laugh over here. Because it's not real, it's just a blah, 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 blah. But no, for real, yeah. That's totally not the case. Obviously, this is happening. It's been going on for a really long time. It's a whole thing.
Oh, I helped you. Show up. Shit. I want to investigate only you and no one else. That's not fair. Okay, so I'm lying that I want to help you. That is correct. I want to hurt you. I know. Well aware of that. It's bullshit and you know it. No, it's not. It's stupid. I know you are, but that doesn't mean anything. I said I'm smart. No, that was that guy, not you. I swear I'm smart, man. Yeah, okay, well, you're not making smart moves or choices. I hate you. Well, you're not really allowed to do that. Because it's not really me that you hate, it's really yourself. No, it is. See, the thing is you might not understand why that's the case, but it's basically a representation of like, hey, dude, like while I'm kind of going into you, I'm basically just defending myself, and then you're not actually getting anywhere by trying to bully me, and so then you're starting to feel weak and ineffectual and pathetic, and find yourself to be someone you should bully, and you're agreeing with me. Which means you hate yourself and you hate me ultimately, realistically, in no real way because you love you, which you think me of as you in a way. Whole thing. I get you. A lot of people just have this issue, seems like constantly. Jealous. My fucking sisters and my fucking parents were jealous of me growing up too. You'd say that's not the case, true, but like, no, they literally said it directly to my face multiple times over years. Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, there's a lot there in your YouTube channel. Yep, sure is. Just thinking about boring bullshit more than anything. Why? Well, this is gonna switch, and I'm waiting for it to switch over. Take my dog out to go use the restroom, but then it's like, right. I don't know. I mean, it's like, who am I really talking to other than a bunch of people that have already addressed this before? So it's like, if they were to get to this point, you'd be like, I'm just skipping forward.